Syllabus has a somewhat looser feel to it.
Yeah, it's got an almost improvisational tone.
Hey everybody, how are we doing this morning? Hopefully everyone can hear and see me. I've been resetting up my studio lately. Can everyone, if you see me right now, say hey. Can everyone see me online? Like, this is where you're at. You're online right here. It looks like Kelly is saying hey. I see Michael saying hey. Can you guys hear and see me? I see a lot of heys in the chat. You can see me. You can hear me. Okay, that's good. I've done awesome. Good to see you, Kyle, Jack, Nikki, Christina, Sophia, Morgan, Chinchua. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing his name. Devin, Andy, Cooper, Bridget, Christina, Whitley, everybody. So good to see. The beard is gone. I know I had a beard for a short while. It was my quarantine beard. So, and you'll see some of the names. My hair is getting crazy long, though. You're going to see me constantly do stuff like this. Sorry. It's just my hair is getting very, very, very long, I'm sure, as everyone else's is. So, awesome. So good to see you. If you notice, some people's names are in blue. If your name's not in blue, remind me by the end. I'm clicking on people's names and making them mods. So right here, William right here, we're going to make William a mod. So let me explain a few things. You're like, what is going on with this class? What the heck is going on right here? Well, this class is more like it's a class, obviously. But you already a mod right there, Keaton. So you need a blue. Isaac, let's do that. Let's explain what the blue names are right now. Well, one, if at any point you can't hear me, like I'm going to raise the microphone volume up just a little bit right there. Tell me if I sound weird. I've been literally adjusting. I've got, if you're watching any podcasts, I've got one of those really cool podcast arms. I'm waiting for the microphone arm to fly up. It did that one time when I was adjusting it. You'd like a blue name, you got it. So if you hear the volume acting weird, like if I'm too loud or too quiet, please tell me, Ben. I'm glad it sounds great because I was doing so many fine adjustments to this. I've literally gone in. I'll show you guys my mixing board on it real quick so you guys can see some cool behind the scenes stuff. Here, let's hop over here to the mixing board real quick. You ready? So here's the mixing board that I'm using. And so you can see all the different things. I've got effects programmed in here and all the different things. You can literally see me moving one of the volumes up right here. That's my effect volume. And it's so cool. But I went through and programmed everything in here so I can control everything. And this is my main voice volume right here. So you're hearing me go away. And then you've got all the different settings for everything. There's so many settings for everything. But I went through. I know I'm trying. That's my goal. That's my goal. I want this to look as professional as possible while you guys are in here. This is meant to be a really cool live experience. So that's what we're doing. We're gonna hop back in here. See, if I was quick enough, I would do the transition. You'd never see it. That's like a screen capture right there. You'd never know. So I'm trying to up my game. So this is meant to look and feel like a live stream. This is meant to be very high quality. A lot of people are asking me, have I done this before? I've done this a lot. And so I want this to be as high quality as possible. Please tell me if there's any... We should get some G Fuel. I don't know if you two would let me do that, but that'd be awesome. But yes, if there's ever any issues with the live stream, please tell me. If you're like, Brian, you're too quiet. Brian, you're too loud. Brian, it's clipping. If you have some ideas, anything you got, please tell me. I want this to be as cool and as fun as possible. I've got a lot of things I haven't shown you guys yet. I'll roll those out as the class keeps going. But I'm always trying to make new stuff and always trying to improve what we do. So with that said, that kind of tells you what this class is all about. I can see everything you guys are typing immediately. So one thing I want you to do right now, we've kind of started it at the start of class. I'm going to make Tristan W right here a mod. Ask him about the G Fuel code right there. It's STAT201. Type that into G Fuel and see what happens. But right now, please play a game of tag. And what is the game of tag? The game of tag is the following. I want you to just tag someone's name like Tristam right here. I'm going to tag Tristam right here, and they will see their name in orange in the chat. Now, this is very important for your interaction in the class, that if you want to call my attention to something, you tag me. So I watch the chat at all times. If you see me looking this way, I'm looking at the chat. If I look at the camera, I'm looking that way. I've got my second monitor over here. But if you want me to see you, tag my name in the chat. And so try tagging someone else right now. Try saying hey to someone. I want to see the screen just go crazy with people saying hey to each other. Let's see, just tag someone else. Like I'm going to tag, there we go. We got Aaliyah tagging Matthew right there. If you notice, when you see someone tagging you, your name will appear in orange. So tag them back. If someone tags you, go ahead and tag them back. Just try tagging someone. I see people saying what's up. saying hey to people in the chat. And remember, you can use any name you want. Like we've got buttons in here. It can be your first name, your last name. It can be any name you choose. Just tell me if it's a name that's like uncommon. I think I mentioned in email we have Calzone Tyrone. He's from a school in New York. He saw us playing a Kahoot, and he was tons of fun. So we made him a mod. So you guys might see Calzone come in here, but he was taking the class in New York. He saw our Kahoot, and he decided to join in, and he was a lot of fun. So we kept him in here, and he swings by. You'll see if he comes to class, which he does every once in a while. He swings by to say hey. He'll be like, "Oh, hey, Calzone's here." It's so cool. I love that he just found it, and he found it very helpful, and he's said hey a lot. So you guys understand how to tag each other. You guys know if you have a question to tag me. So why are some names blue? Well, okay. So don't abuse your mod powers if you're a mod. If your name is blue right now, you're a mod, and I'm modding up more people. So I'm trying to mod as many people as I can, and I also want to try to make it so that it's all of our students. Please tell me if anyone is ever kind of mean in the chat. We one time had someone being a little bit mean, and I think I modded someone who wasn't one of our students. I will unlist these videos. After these videos are posted, I will unlist them, which means you will have to go through the link to get to them. I'll also put them in a playlist, so that way you can see them all in the playlist. But we do them live, so that way we can do things like Streamlabs. So if you see someone come into the chat who's being mean, let's say someone comes in and says things they shouldn't say, you can click on their name, and beside their name, you'll see options. So if you go to their name, don't do this to anyone now, because I can see what happens if people are hiding people or timing people out. But we have had every once in a while, you'll probably see it happen over the course of this summer, or this 1 month, oh my gosh, that someone will come in here, say some rude things, hopefully not too rude, and then we just simply hide them. That's the best way to deal with trolls. I'm sure a lot of us know how the internet works. You get trolls, you get people trying to, get me off my game, but I just ignore them, and you guys deal with them. Now, it's interesting because sometimes I'll deal with them because I'll just go over and click on it because I've got the chat right next to me, and I think you guys are here to learn. We've never had big problems with trolls. I'd say we get a troll once every 3 classes. We get someone coming in just being a little stupid, especially since we've been doing them live. And I mean, they just come in, they're like, "What's this guy doing? This is stupid. Why would a teacher be on the internet? Go away, boomer." And I'm just like, okay, you're gone. I like that right there. Isaac, we got you. And so we just deal with them instantaneously. Now, I want to point something out really super cool. We've been in here for 7 minutes so far, so it should be working. Watch this. You guys are going to be jealous of my points. If this is working, Streamlabs should tell me how many points I have. Now, this is the way your extra credit is done. So we're learning so much right now. We're learning how chat works. Please work, Streamlabs. Yes, Streamlabs is working. So Streamlabs, if you want, and you don't have to look at your points because it'll announce them publicly in the chat, but if you want to see how many points you have, you can type _points, and it'll tell you how many points you have. So just go ahead and give that a shot right now. Type !points, and let's see. That might give away some big extra credit. We'll see. So we got people checking out their points, and you'll notice it'll tag you in the chat, and it'll say how many points you have. It works most of the time. Everyone's checking out their points. Whoa, it's going to be a lot of 5 points. Whoa, William has 30 points. So 0. You guys might have just gotten here. William, have you been to other streams? That's cool. You must have checked them out, William. That's awesome. You got some points. Now, people have 0 points. Now, you will start getting points. Start checking them later on in class. Everyone's got 0. It must be... So we'll see. At the end of class, we'll make sure everything's working properly. We're going to cross our fingers here. But Streamlabs is in the chat, which is good. Oh, Keaton's got 10 points right there. Awesome. So stay in chat. Keep interacting, and that's how you get points. It's saying 0 for everybody. Now I'm getting scared. But we did just start class, and so we will see. Streamlabs should be working. But once again, you have to be in the chat. You have to be interacting. And when you're in the chat, when you're interacting, your points will start building up. So we'll check that again a little bit here. We'll see if people's points have gone up. Obviously, some people have points. I have points, and Streamlabs is working. So I think it's just because, once again, many people haven't been to a stream yet. So maybe I should have told everyone that at the end of class. And they'd be like, whoa, I got some points. But this is how your extra credit is done. Now, if you sent me that email, which I'm going to put the end of the email till tonight. If you send me that extra credit email, I think I said it's worth 100 points. I'll double check the value. But I think I said it was worth a total of 100 points. So this is a huge bump to your grade, and I'll go in there and I'll put the points in because I can adjust your points in Streamlabs. but make sure you use the same account. One person was like, wait a minute, Brian, I lost all my Streamlab points. You need to make sure you use the same, whatever account you're on right now, stay on that account. If for some reason you accidentally put, if it's like your parents' name on the account, that's no big deal as long as they're okay with that and you're okay with that. Just make sure you stay under the same name, and I'll call you that name. Like if I see Nicole in the chat, I'll say Nicole when I say the name. If you're not comfortable with that, change the name to another name. And you can tell me, like, hey, Brian, I wanted to change my name to this. I'm just going to be called this name, and that's perfectly fine. I'll just call you by that first name in the chat, just so everyone knows that. So that's when I send the email. If you want to use another name, that's perfectly fine. Just tell me, and then I'll call you that name, whatever it is, as long as it's appropriate, obviously. At this point, we're going to go over to the syllabus before we start doing chapter 1 right here. So let's hop over to the syllabus, and I'm going to ask questions from you guys. So let's jump over to the syllabus right now. I think I did it. Cool. So here we are on the syllabus, but I want, as we go through, I want you guys to ask me questions. I want you guys to be asking me questions about what's going on with the class. Because I know this is mini-term, and is anyone here a little bit afraid of mini-term? Has anyone is like, oh, mini-term, that's a quick, oh gosh, is anyone afraid? Or is everyone like, mini-term, that's nice and easy. We got that. Mini-term's super easy. I see a few people are afraid. Has anyone, oh, there we go, this girl, I like that there. This girl here says, yeah. Has anyone ever taken mini-term before? Has anyone ever taken a mini-term course? Got to go fast. Got to be like Sonic. Got to go fast. Has anyone ever taken a mini-term course before? You're sweating. Oh, no. First time. Never taken one. Who here has taken one? I asked 2 questions. They were the complete opposite. I was like, who's scared and who's taken one? First time, not. Took one last summer. Ethan, what advice would you have? Ethan, what advice do you have? If you've taken one, Ethan, which you might be our only person, what advice do you have to them? I'll give my advice while Ethan gives his advice. I want people to give advice to people in the chat. I'd say the number one thing is attend every day. We're going through the ins and outs of the course right now. Probably in 20 minutes, we'll be doing the first lecture. And then for the last half of class, we'll be doing the second lecture. If you don't attend a class every day and make it a point to do class every day, you will get behind. But I want to point something out. This class goes in 3 weeks. That's literally, can you believe, I wish all of education was this fast. Because just think about this. In 3 weeks, you're going to get 3 credits. That's, if you pass it, which I hope you do. That's 1 credit a week. And Ethan is totally right. That's my view on it too. Come to class, do the homework, do the quizzes. I think I can't say never. I can't imagine someone making less than a C if they come to class, do the work, and do everything. I usually see B's or higher when everyone does all the work. So please come to class, do all the work, be here paying attention, be talking to me in the chat. That's how to stay, like Andy and Michael right there, amazing work. You guys are doing awesome. So with this right here, if you're earning 1 credit a week, you could get through your college education in no time. It would take you half the time, basically, because think, if you could take, you're spending 3 hours a day, it's almost as though you're in high school. Because in high school, you would have 3 hours in the morning and 3 hours in the afternoon. And then if you could do this, you'd get through 2 hours in 1 week. And then you'd get through your college education. Oh, it'd be too quick. It'd be so quick. You'd get through it in a little over a year. So we are up. Alyssa's got some points now. So everyone's going to start looking at their points and be like, did I get points now? So this is super quick. It's basically college. Well, it's a little bit slower. This is way quicker. This is like when companies hire people to come in and teach them, like corporate people say, you know, come in and we'll do this 2-week course. You can do a lot of college courses in 2 to 3 weeks, I'd say. A lot of college courses could be done in 2 to 3 weeks if you were to do them like 4 or 5 hours a day. When I worked at 3M, which I was an intern, I should say, I did get offered a job there, but I decided to do this because I love this a lot. It's very efficient. Kyle's exactly right. It's corporations have people come in for like a week or 2 weeks seminar, and then they, like did my training for every day for like 6-7 hours. So you think I think it was like a week and a half. So that's like 8 days for 7 hours. So I spent like 56 hours doing coursework. National University in California does one class a month year-round school to obtain your degree much faster. Yeah. I teach other courses. I teach BAS 320 and BAS 474. And this is really, I think it's really great because it's concentrated. So here's our big advice from this. You're wondering what's going on. Why are we talking about this? Stay focused. I know that's the easiest thing to say, but please, please, please do all your work, do all the quizzes, do all the homework. I will do a lot of them in class. And if you are doing that, you should do amazingly well in the class. And we got our first thing right here. The great thing about this class, I'll use it later. You'll see it. I was going to say to use your imagination. I was trying to get to. So we got all the fun stuff to come. Okay, during the fall, spring classes, are your classes similar in structure? Yep. This is the way I teach my classes, but they're usually not this long. How to be successful in this class? Come here every day, do all your work, do all the homework, do all the quizzes, and we're going to talk about a huge thing later on. I want you guys to be putting in the chat. So come here to class. I would feel really bad if someone came here every day, did all the homeworks, did all the quizzes, and made less than a B in the class. And I put something in here this mini term to almost ensure. I'm going to tell you guys I'll tell you the most exciting thing. Why not? Let's go to the most exciting thing. So I put it right here. Where is it? Did I say it? All exams. This is huge. This is so huge. I mean, because like, calm down, Brian. I can't calm down. I'm going to hit the microphone away from me. I moved it. Now I'm not used to it being there. Should we have our homeworks open? Yep. While I'm working on them, have them open. But this right here, can anyone tell me what's going on with this right here? What does it say? I want you to read it. I'm not going to just say it to you. This is so huge that I want you to know it. What is going on with this? When I'm doing the homeworks and quizzes, I would definitely have them open. What does this mean? Exams aren't weighted normally. Yeah, exams are weighted a lot. And then you're totally right, Isaac. Isaac is totally right. Quizzes are a huge portion of the grade. Like, they're going to look like less of the grade, but look at that. They're going to be averaged with each test. So does that make sense? Like, I want someone to tell me, if you do all the quizzes and you make 100 on all your quizzes for quiz group 1, and on the first exam you do horribly, you make a 40. What have you made if you did horribly on exam 1, which 40 is about the lowest? Now, I wouldn't expect you to make a 40, but it does happen. I know some people, they just don't do online tests well. It's all right. It's an online test. It's a little bit different. You make a 70 right there. Ben, amazing work. Exactly. Sarah, you're totally right. 70. And 70 is a C. Now, think about this. You also have your quiz grades, which are going to be used too. So you're going to be at higher than a 70. So you can be, I don't want you to fail the test, but this is huge right here. If you're doing the quizzes, you're going to pull up any bad test grade you make. So let's say, let's say you get a kind of normal bad grade. If you get a normal bad grade, what's a normal bad grade? I'd say that's a slightly below average. Usually these have about a 70 average. So this is below average. Will the online, yep, there'll be online, Camden. There'll be lockdown browser with the recording, respondus, all that good stuff right there. And I think that's right above it right there. Great question, Camden. Amazing job. Keep asking those questions when you got them right there. The quizzes are almost every night. Good question, Kyle. And so right here, people might be saying it. What would you make in the chat right here? Who's got this? Who knows this? Remember, the more you interact, the more points you get. So feel free to check your points, because I bet some people have some more points now. So keep interacting, keep talking. And the quizzes are all open notes. You are right, Isaac, right there, and Devin. Amazing work. You got it. So will the class be using lockdown browser? Yep, for exams. For lockdown browser for exam. Great question right there. And so does everyone notice right here that now you're at a B? So no quizzes tonight. First one starts tomorrow night. So what do you need to be making on the exams to at least make a B in this class? Like, what should you make? You only need to pass the exams. Look at those points. So you only need to pass the exams with a D. Now, I'm not suggesting you pass them with a D, but this is a big avenue towards success. Does everyone see that? That this is a huge opportunity right here if you are doing the work. And I will say this, like, there's going to be a lot of quizzes. There's going to be a lot of work. How would you take notes? Oh, that's a great question, Hannah. Let's go back up to the top right here, because I think we've covered the importance of doing the quizzes, which is what I wanted to cover here. So let's go all the way back up to the top right here and talk about the class from the start and go over every little bit. Now, Hannah asked a really great question. How would I take notes? I would have my pen and paper out beside me with my pen. You'll see me having my pen out right here. All these people getting some points there. It starts. It's begun. Office hours will be online like this right here. So have your notebook out beside you. I'll pretend this is a notebook. And when you see me saying things like your quizzes will be averaged with your test, be like, oh, quizzes will be averaged with each test. So have that out beside you. If you can print off the slides, I'd print off the slides. The slides can be found at, let me go over to show you. So the slides can be found right here under the modules. So all the slides I'll be doing will be right here under things like Stat 201, Stats Start here. So you can always open up all the slides and be working along with me. So anytime you want to do the slides with me, have them out right here. So this is a huge thing. And if you ask a question, remember to tag me. It's because sometimes there can be a lot of chat. So, and I see Gracie right there ask a question. You can use any calculator, a TI calculator, you just can't use your phone. So when you take the test, you can use a TI calculator. So all these amazing questions. Thank you guys so much. This is essentially going to be treated as a typical lecture with more condensed material. Isaac, amazing job right there. Isaac knows what's going on. So exactly. And the biggest thing too, if you notice how many points you're getting, I think I set the goal at 1,000 points. So if you're in chat and if you're interacting, you're getting points. So when you're talking, you're getting points. When you're literally watching it live, you're getting points. And I'll talk about that more in one moment. Do we get more than one attempt? You get 5 attempts on each quiz. Understand that we have 24-hour access, but is there a time limit to how long we will be able to take the exam once opened? Yes, it's 2 hours for each exam. Where can the due dates be found for quizzes and homeworks? I think they're shown. Let me go over to the syllabus. It's going to be on the syllabus page. I might move around the homeworks. Are they not connecting? Okay, I'm going to look at this after class, but I think... I don't know why the dates aren't showing up there. I'm a little bit scared. I'll have to look to see if anyone's tried them. The due dates are listed on my Pearson, and they should be showing up right here. I don't know. Usually they connect. I'm going to look into that. So the first quiz is due Thursday night. Sorry, it should show it, but it should be showing up right here. So I'm going to look into that, why it's not grabbing these due dates. Could it be... Oh, I think I know why. I think I know why. And I'll have to do some big changes after class. Maybe. No. Well, I'll have to figure it out. Yeah, it is on my Pearson, and I'd prefer it to also be on Canvas. Thank you, Colin, everybody. It should be connecting it. Yeah, it is on the My Pearson calendar, so I want them to auto-connect in. You can do your quizzes through here. Quiz 1's going to be very, very easy. Usually it auto-connects. They're always making little changes to my Pearson, and I feel like they made a change to my Pearson. So I will figure out why the due dates are not auto-populating here. Quizzes are completely open note. So the quizzes are open note, the tests are not. Amazing stuff. You guys have already covered so much and so many important things about this class. So going back here to the syllabus, here is the Stat 201 department page right here. So if you have questions about the course and the material we're covering, just trying to get, there we go. Really? I want the little pen thing to go away. If you have questions about the course or what we're covering, it'll be here. Each quiz is open note, and you can take as long as you want. The web page right here, I want to point something out. This web page right here is going to bring you to the site. Let's go here to Stats 1 homepage. No, it's that next question right here. How many questions are typically on each quiz? About 5, but they could have multiple parts. Oh, thank you guys so much. I see when people are like, please, Brian, answer this question. There's about 5, but they could have like 3 or 4 parts. Each quiz, I'd say, generally takes about 15 to 20 minutes when you know how to do it. If you don't know how to do it, it's going to take about an hour or 2 hours. I will see people who don't come to class spending 2 to 3 hours on quizzes and getting like 50s. I will see people who come to class spending 10 to 15 minutes and making 90s or 100s. And I will often usually, and I'll say this, I'll help you work through them, and I'll even correct answers if they're wrong if you're super close. And what do I mean by super close? You're off by like, it's like 98.86 and you put 98.87, or you reversed a number. But if you email me every quiz, I'll be like, well, I can't correct all of them, but if it's very small, I'll correct it for you. Like if you're off by like 1/10 of a point, and that's how it rounded. Now, if it's like to the 4th decimal place and you're off by 1/10, that's a big deal. And the quizzes will not be timed. So great questions right there. So the quizzes are a huge portion. Please tell me any questions you have. Keep them coming, Alexandria, because I'm trying to tell you guys what I think is important, but you guys have major questions. Do you recommend reviewing new material pre-lecture? That is a huge thing. I think that's a really big help. Just looking at it for 10 to 15 minutes and looking through the notes, that's really big. Don't worry about like reading everything before the lecture, but if you watch it or learn about it a little bit before the lecture, it'll put a place in your mind and you'll have more questions. Do the quizzes pretty much correlate with the homework? You are correct. They will. There's even some identical questions. So it's pretty easy to get a great grade on the quiz and the homework. Do the quizzes show your grade right after you take them? They do. They do. Let me make some more mods right here. So we got Christina and Gracie are going to be mods. Excellent work. I love this. I love how interactive you guys are. This is teaching online. If you guys can't tell, let me ask you guys one last quick question here. Was your Zoom classes like this? In your Zoom class, usually did you get this kind of interaction? Because I don't teach via Zoom, and I don't know if other Zoom classes have been like this. Now, people are saying no in the chat. This is, I like Josh is like, oh no, everything went crazy. I just exploded the chat. You might have said this, but will you be doing homework problems during class? You bet, Sarah. We will be doing homework problems during class. We weren't that interactive. Negative right there. Nope. Hell no, this is Andy. That is it. Oh, I'm so sorry, Taylor. I kind of agree. Yeah, no, I want this to be buttons. I agree. I want this to be as fun and interactive as possible. Zoom bot out your other teachers. I'm really lucky because I'm a huge video game nerd. You guys will see more of that. I'll pull out some video games and stuff at some point. I keep on talking about hooking up a Nintendo to this. No one was interacting in Zoom. I agree. And so I want you guys to remember this. I want you to remember right here, we do have Twitch, and I've thought about setting it up. We're so close to that. And we will have office hours right after class, Alyssa. So there'll always be office hours right after class. And there's some new cool things that I haven't even shown you guys yet that are even better. So I want you guys to know I see everything you guys are typing. I've literally got the screen set up so I can see your chat and be seeing what's going on at all times. So please, when you have a question, ask it. I'm not going to miss it in chat. I mean, I might miss it, but you see how like Alyssa just tagged me right there. Amazing job tagging me. I see that instantaneously. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Hannah. That's so awesome, though. I'm sure your professor appreciated that. And I will say this. I don't want any professor to think that this is my last. I just don't want anyone to think that I'm putting down other professors because I'm lucky. I've been teaching online for 5 or 6 years now. And we came up with this idea about a year ago, well, 2 years ago, and then we started doing it about a year ago. It'll be a year ago this fall. We started teaching via the internet or teaching via YouTube. And UT has been so nice and given me so much equipment. So not everyone has, like I not only have the good microphone, I have the microphone arm. I've got lights. I should not mess with my lights while I'm streaming. That is a very bad idea. It's gonna fall over now. That one's always the shaky one. But I've got really good lights. I've got even a key light right there. So I'm really lucky. I've got dual screens. I've got a great camera. So not everyone has had the time to do stuff like this. So I understand Zoom worked really well. I actually taught via Zoom. And then I was like, I want to go beyond this. And that was about a year and a half ago. I was like, okay, we got to go beyond Zoom. So yeah. Sarah, I'm so glad to hear that because this is just you guys in chat, just talking. Just if you have a question, you just say, hey, you just say what's going on. So the first exam is probably, great question right there. Andy knows we're leading into this. Feels like a real gamer. That's the goal right there. We want this to feel like gaming right here. I keep saying we're going to load up Mario. And so the first exam is probably going to be, I think, Thursday. I think the first exam is going to be on Thursday. You can see I've got a lot of material posted right here if you want to see what the first exam is going over. You've got review videos. You've got chapter review videos. So you've got all this stuff right here. If you go to exams and you go to review material, we'll do some Kahoots. So don't worry, I'm not going to have you guys miss out on the Kahoots. I'll probably send the codes to you guys via everything. The first exam will be Thursday, not tomorrow, Thursday, a week from Thursday. So my plan is Thursday, Wednesday. They are kind of a little bit, like probably, I like that, Keaton. Exam tomorrow. I should just do that. Just do that for the heck of it and see what happens. So it's going to be every week. So Thursday, Wednesday, probably. Each exam I think is like 40, 50 questions. They are through Respondus. Matthew right there. Whew. Whew, it's close. God, we're in a good thing we're not doing the exam tomorrow. So does everyone know where the Stats1 webpage is? Does everyone know it's stats201.utk.edu? Everyone good on this? Does everyone understand where the Stats1 webpage is? That's our big thing to learn right now. So this is the note you should take. Stats101 webpage has reviews for exams, I'll put the project stuff here. It's kind of set up for last semester. Maybe I'll just send out the project. But if ever you have a question, I like all those yeses in the chat. Remember, you guys are getting points, all these interactions. I'll talk more about that in just a moment here. Other stuff is not so interactive right now. Like Stat Lab won't be open because I'm here. Do we still have lecture on day of exam? We do, unfortunately, because we have like we would lose 3 days out of 15 days of class if we didn't have lecture on day of exam. So we will have lecture on day of exam. I know it's gonna be a crazy day. It's like, hey, the exam is today. I'll probably spend half of the class reviewing for the exam, and then I'll spend the other half probably doing new material. So you will get some review, and I will be going over material. And so expect, it to be very, very valuable for the class. So it'll be a good review. And I even try to give you a question or two that could be very likely on the exam. I'm kind of like, hey, this is very important to know. There'll be review guides. The review guides are right here. So this is where the reviews will be. The exams will be open for 24 hours. So if you see right here, you can click practice exam. It'll bring you to the practice exam. It says spring 2020. Don't worry. If I were to change this, I would just say mini term at the top. So I think you guys know that this is going to be the same material. Now I might even try to make some Respondus practice exams. But this is all the material right here. It's very similar to what you'll be doing. So these are the practice exams right here. Once you start the exam, how much time do you have? 2 hours. 2 hours to take the exam. Great questions right there, Alexandria. And so let's make Alexandria mod and Cola mod. We're making so many mods. So we know what is going on with the exams. We know what is going on with the Stats1 webpage. Purpose of the course, description of the course, fun, random stuff. We use Excel about this much. That much. You can use it more though. I'm not a huge fan of Excel. It's good. I mean, I was using it a few days ago, but I like other programs like R and Jump. And so that great question. You guys are leading into all these things right here because calculator, as we said, how much will we use Jump? You can use it a lot or a little. Jump can be used a lot or a little. And I'd say the more you use it, probably the easier the class gets. It won't be used on exams, but a lot of your homework can be done very, very quickly in Jump. MATLAB, no MATLAB. You could if you want. I will accept anyone's work done in anything, especially when it comes to the project. People definitely don't use the whole 2 hours, and it's a lot of multiple choice to ask the previous question. It's a lot of multiple choice true falses. And I just want to show you guys doing something inside of Jump right here. So this is the software. It's like one of the next things we'll be talking about. This is the software we'll be using in the class. So this is how you would find something like the mean. So if you had a whole bunch of numbers right here, you could go to Analyze Distribution and look at this. We have now just found, I have videos for this, so don't worry, and this is also recorded. And this is a program I would highly suggest downloading it. So it's Jump JMP, and I've got instructions on how to download it. Isaac, if you want to use Python, you are more than welcome, and you can help show me some stuff in Python. I do like Python. I just haven't done nearly as much, but I will accept work in Python, and that is a great thing to learn and know. So Isaac, if you have skills in Python and you want to improve those skills, and if you want to show me a thing or two in Python, definitely do it, because I would be very happy with you increasing your skills in Python. So if you can't tell, if you hear what I'm saying right here, let me send the video to you guys for that. Well, let me see. Big bet. Wait, what's big bet mean? Oh no, am I not cool anymore? Do I not know what that means? I'm gonna send you guys a link in the chat, so don't leave quite yet. So I'm putting a link in the chat right now in 2 seconds. Where is Project One playlist? Because I know it's in there. I'm gonna throw a link in the chat, and in this link, Project One videos. Here we go, because I know it's here. Okay, good. It says Jump 14. Don't worry. It's still the same. You can download Jump 15. If you download Jump 14, that's all right. But so here, I see another great question. So there's the link to download Jump right there. You can right click it and open it in a new window. And so I think everyone's got, is this program Mac friendly? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, there's pretty much something to do it every day, Gracie. There's pretty much something to do every day. And great questions, amazing questions. This is what class is all about. When you have the questions, you ask the questions. And for those wondering, like, oh my gosh, there's so much information we're getting hit with, don't worry, you can ask a question at any time. I realize this is our first day and there's a whole lot to know, and we're about halfway done with learning how the class is organized. But when you have a question, just ask it. If you're thinking, wait a minute, I don't understand what's going on, just be like, wait a minute, what programs do we need again? The answer is you'll probably be using Jump. You'll probably throughout this class be using Jump. We do use Excel, and you can do a lot of your work in Excel. You can use Python if you want, and you can use things like R if you want. You notice down here at the bottom of the screen, I've got R. Now, this is my favorite, but of course, this is not what we do in 201 right now, but you saw me just take the mean. I want to show you guys something super cool. You ready? Watch this. These are the numbers 1 through 10. These are the numbers 1 through 100. So let's see who in the chat can tell me what will this right here do for me? What will this code right here do for me? What will this code right here do for me? Who knows in the chat? Who knows in the chat? Does anyone have any idea what that code will do for me? Look at the codes I've already written. Numbers 5 through 9, Joseph, that's amazing right there. You got it. Now you know how to code. You can say, I know how to code. I wrote some code today. Now watch this. What do you think this code will do right here? Anyone got any idea what the heck this code will do right here? What will this code do right here? This code will get me the what for those numbers? It's a crazy guess. Just like what's going on. The average, you're right. Oh, it doesn't. I could index a 0 if I wanted. Oh, we got some Python in here. Yeah, I think our index is at 1. So we know some coding. Yep. And so we got this right here. You can see that. And this gets me the mean, but watch this. What about if I want the standard deviation? What about if I want the median? This is just some very simple coding right here. If you notice, I can write a whole bunch of different things, and there's so many different things we can do in coding. That's when you got to itch your nose during class. But we can do so many different things so quickly. I can even do this with summary right here, and I can get a summary of the numbers with all this information for these numbers. You could take even crazier stuff like 5 through 9,000, like that, and you can instantaneously get this. You could put a vector inside of here, but all this would have me start teaching you how to code and do different things. But if you notice, I would accept this work, 1, 4, 5, 2, 1. I'd also accept if you went over here to Jump and you entered in the same data as I just entered in, 1, 4, 5, 2, 1, and you ran the same thing over here. And so we just double click, and it all depends on what you like. If you see this histogram right here on the screen, everyone see this? Watch this. We go over here and we type hist. Oh, well, let's do it here. And there it is. Let's delete that. And then we should get a very similar distribution. So if you notice, it's just the way the bins are. We'll talk more about bins later on, but the bins are slightly different. We are literally getting into the first lecture right here. If you notice, how many observations? Oh, there we go. That's awesome. See, why do these look different, Brian? Why the heck do these look different? Can anyone tell me why these two distributions? I know, Isaac, it's pretty intuitive. It's pretty fun. If you have questions, should we already know how to do this stuff? No. You should not know how to do any of this. Hopefully, don't worry. Don't let this freak you out. I love all the arrows up. Thank you, everyone, being like, Brian, answer this. No, you should not know how to do any of this. You should not know how to do any of this. And I have a video for everything I do in Jump. I have a video that walks you through each thing. And if Isaac or someone else is inspired, let's do a dot plot. Oh, man. Yeah, you can. You should be able to see, you got Keaton right there. Nice job, Keaton. The one on Jump starts for 0 and then starts from 1. Yeah, you're right. Even the bottom at the bottom, what is it called? Axis is different right here. And then if you notice, this one goes up to 3 and the Jump one only goes up to 2, and that deals with bin width. This is normally stuff that you can learn on your own or on a basic level in class. Yes, exactly. And so if anyone ever wants to learn things like this, if they're interested in R, I highly recommend it. It's a great skill set to have, but here's the really good thing. So hopefully I didn't scare everybody. Check this out. You ready? Let me show you guys. Let me bring this down right here. So what you saw me do with making the histogram, if you check this out right here, this is the making a histogram video that I have. And I basically walk you through nice and slowly. So this right here is walking you through. Yeah, a lot of people use Python. Isaac's got some good recommendations. So does everyone see what I'm doing right here? This video does have narration where I talk through what's going on. I'm like, click the variable. and then click OK. And now click the red arrow where the options are at and stack it to put it in horizontal format. Now that it's in horizontal format, you can see the bins of the histogram. We can even change the bin widths by pulling down or pulling up on the histogram. And then I think I say, now you can add account access to the histogram by going back to, there it is. So you can add account access. So that's where the options are at. Oh, I didn't add account access. I should have added account access. So there are videos for each one of these, like making a pie chart. So do not worry if you're like, Brian, how do I make a pie chart? I've got a video for each thing. So do not worry about all this stuff right here. I've got a video. And Isaac, if we want to start doing some stuff in Python, maybe I'll start learning a little more Python. I'll start making some Python videos. So Isaac points out Python is a good industry standard. R is pretty good too. R and Python are kind of competing against each other. It's like, please Python, yes. Is Jump open source? Jump is not. Jump is a pay-for license. Jump is created by SAS, and that is the one downside to Jump, I would say. Jump is what we call a graphical user interface. So you've got the buttons up here. So I know, Isaac, that's a great, I totally agree, Isaac, because if you learn Python, Python is completely free after you graduate. Isaac makes some great points right here. GUIs are fake. And then, but I think there's GUIs for Python, aren't there? GUIs mean graphical user interface. If anyone's never heard that term, it's that we have these buttons right here. This is a graphical user interface. So I don't know what that means. So all this good stuff. So what have we learned? I want someone to tell me, what did you learn about technology in this class? Will Brian let you use any sort of technology you want to do your homework and do your projects and to find things like the mean, the standard deviation, or do regression? Will Brian let you use any technology you want? Yes. Does Brian have videos available for you to learn how to use Jump, which is what we kind of put out there as our main support? Are there videos to help you out with everything? Sorry so much, Sarah. For sure. There's videos for everything. And if there's not a video, I'll make it. If you're like, Brian, I'm stuck, there's a video for each thing. And I want to put out even more videos. So if Isaac and I start working together and he starts showing me how to do stuff in Python, Isaac, if you know how to do, like, I can look up how to do the mean standard deviation. But if you want to send me some code, Isaac, I'll turn it into a video and then I'll show some Python videos. I want to make more tutorial videos and start making new videos that show people how to do more statistics and more programming languages. So there's so much to learn out there. If you guys can't tell, I love statistics. I love learning. It's all good stuff. I'm sure it's probably just like STDV or something like that, and just putting a vector of numbers in. Very similar to R. You got Isaac. You're gonna love this, Isaac. So you are on track, ready to go. Great job. So the course management system. Who here was able to sign up to MyPearson really quickly and really easily? I want to see some yeses in the chat. If you're still here and you were able to sign up to MyPearson, who was able to do that? I was, Olivia right there, and Kate, Devin right there. Amazing job. Super easy. Yes, it should be like instantaneous. So your MyPearson, your Canvas should be connected now. If you have an issue with this, please tell me. And I think I told people it would take 2 minutes or maybe 5. It might have taken 1 minute. Please tell me if it's not connected. Please tell me if you have issues. All this good stuff right here. So we use Canvas. We use MyPearson. That's what's going on with that. We use Jump Pro 15. There was a 14 here earlier. I corrected it. You can use, William, contact me immediately. We've got a MyPearson rep, and we will try to get that fixed up for you immediately. Look at the points. You guys only need 1,000. You've already got like 3% of the points. You guys are you're already getting all the points. 44 seconds. How soon does the Pearson grade transfer? It should, if there's issues, I'll make sure they're connected. I think I know the issue. I think I just figured out the issue. So don't worry if they're not connecting. They are there. As long as you're doing them, they are there. But my brain just had a light bulb moment, and I need a light bulb over my head. I'll make that. So Stats 1 YouTube channel, you're on it right now. If you don't know about the Stats 1 YouTube channel, I'm a little bit confused because you're totally here right now. And let's continue on. Here's the topics. So if you're wondering when are the exams going to be, the exams will be after we complete each set of material. Now, why is it important to get an amazing quiz grade for this again right here? I want someone to tell me in chat. No homework due today. No homework due today. Everything starts tomorrow. Why is it so important? Look at all those points. It's awesome. Why is it so important to do well Your quiz average, Devin and Kyle right there, you're totally right. Because we're going to average the quiz for each group. There'll be a quiz for this group. Oh my gosh, look at this. Look at how little material there is right here. And now I think, yeah, sampling distributions. Okay, good. The sampling distribution models are on this one. I'll have to make sure that everything's properly organized right here. Your quizzes are averaged with your exams. You're right. How many chapters do we cover? About 2, sometimes 1 to 2. It depends. There'll be some bigger days. There'll be some slower days. And I always take all questions. I've always been able to get through all the materials, so don't worry. Please, if I'm going quickly or if you don't understand, ask. I take every single question if you can't tell by how I'm always reading the chat. So please, please, please ask. And please do all the quizzes. Now, one thing we said is probably the first exam will be on next Thursday. So we'll put an R here for Thursday. Then the next one will be on the following Wednesday. And then the final will be on the last Wednesday of class. So the final will be on the last Wednesday. It's going to go super quick. If you're taking first session, like I'm teaching first session, I'm actually teaching 2 classes first session. I will literally finish our mini term and then start teaching first session the next day, teaching 2 classes. So all that amazing stuff right here. It's going to be so quick. The final will not be cumulative. Dia, great question right there. It will not be cumulative. The class does usually go for the full 3 hours. Yep. Full 3 hours. You got it. And then we do work. If we get done with material, we do as much work as we can. What if you do worse on your quizzes than your tests? I would not average them. I take the max. So the way I wrote the formula this semester when we started doing this is I took the max. So let's just say, well, let's say something amazing happens. Like you make 100 on the online test, which is possible, and you make a 96 on your quizzes. You would have a, would I just average them, I guess? No, I said 100. No, I'd keep your test 100. Yeah, I take the max. So I've been doing that before. I was just like, wait a minute, what's, I don't want to lower your grade. Are any of the exams cumulative? The knowledge is a little cumulative, but the exams are not exactly cumulative. We're not going to pull, like, to be very specific, you're not going to see a pivot table question down here. That's not going to happen. There will not be pivot table questions down there. Does that make sense? Project will be at the end of the semester, so don't worry about it too much right now. Project will be at the very end. Start working on it probably the weekend before the final. That's when you'll be doing the project. Awesome. Josh is very happy right there. I like that right there. Let's make Josh a mod. So you won't see a pivot table question later on in the class. I think that makes it very clear that I'm not all of a sudden going to be like, what? But I do want to mention one thing. I say that. Now Josh is like, wait a minute. What are you doing to me, Brian? What's going on right here? We do have questions on the final called tools and techniques questions. They are questions like, if you want to graph somebody's height, what sort of graphic would you make? Now, there's not a lot of these questions, but they're kind of a overview of everything you've learned. Do not start going over every chapter. They're meant to be, and we do have a tools and techniques study guide, but they're meant to be like, for anyone who's taking statistics, like let's say this. If I ask people their favorite ice cream flavor, remember this will be multiple choice. If I ask people their favorite ice cream flavor, what could you use to make a graphic of that? A histogram, a pie chart, or a scatter plot. So I asked people their favorite. You know what I could do? We're going to do it. We're going to do a new thing right here. You ready? Don't answer yet in the chat if you know. I'm going to show you guys a new thing, which I've had for a while right here. Let's give it a shot. I'm going to have you guys vote, and let's see what you guys say. Let's go to polls right here, and let's give the poll a try. Okay, so we're going to pick an option right here. So let's see. The poll should be started in chat. I don't know where my other Streamlabs are. Did the poll start? Okay, so option 1 was histogram. Option 2 was pie chart. Option 3 was scatter plot. I'm going to put them in the chat. So histogram, pie chart, or scatter plot. Now the Buttons knows how to do it. Buttons has done it. If everyone looks how Buttons did it, not saying that their answer is right, but you have to do exclamation mark vote and then one of the 3 options. So yep, so you guys got it right now. So put the exclamation mark vote and you're doing it. Now make sure you have to do exclamation mark vote. So people are seeing it now. Yep, that's how it works right there. And I'm going to try to do some polling stuff. You guys are getting it. So this is how it works when I take a poll of you guys. And then it's really cool because I can go in here afterwards, after the poll is done. I go over here to the poll, and we're going to close the poll right now. And I'm going to complete the poll. So I need a third screen where I always have polls open. So There we go. You guys were right. You got it. Awesome work right there. And then there is betting options. So I'm going to try to get the betting going. I'm just a little bit afraid people are going to get like all their points immediately because you can bet your points. And I don't want people to lose all their points. But we might try to get the betting going. It wasn't working. I think it's like a Twitch thing. And they're not as nice to YouTube because, like, I don't know. So that's got it right there. You're going all in. It's betting with the points you have, not actual money. So it's all the good stuff right there. So the chapters cover all the material in the exams. We're good on that. Here is where your quizzes are at. Please notice this. I want to point something out. There's a lot of quizzes, but everyone ready? I want you guys to say if you're excited about this. I want to hear it in the chat. We will have 2 quizzes dropped from the first set of quizzes. 2 quizzes dropped out of 9. That's over 20%. That's over 20%. I see it right there. Very excited, Olivia. I love this policy right here. I love it. Awesome. People getting some mega points right here. Just one project. Look at these drops right here. Now realize that there's not as many drops for the later ones. I like it. Jared says legendary right there. Awesome. You guys are awesome. Poggers. Got some Twitch in the chat. Oh, this is Pog. So this is a good thing, right? Here I was watching you guys will have to tell me who you guys watch on Twitch. I was watching Mitch Flower Power last night. He was doing some Super Mario Bros. 3 runs. So you guys will have to tell me who you guys watch at some point. I know people are going to start putting in the chat right now. We've got review assignments. Review assignments are just going to be for fun, but I'll post them because the reason I put review assignments right here is because I want you to see things that are kind of like you're my Pearson. I got to learn what that means, Cooper. Nick Merckx and Dr. Disrespect. That's awesome. Also, I watch like Game Attack 2. Who else do I watch? I'm trying to think who else. I don't know. So like, I just watch gaming. Like I watch video games, either speed runs or just like people playing video games. I mean, that's what Twitch is all about. But you know, we've got a Twitch channel. We might start using it one of these days. Live YouTube streams. If you're in here, you know what's going on with that. Note-taking quizzes. Here's a huge thing. Okay. Let's pause right here. What's going on with this note-taking quiz? So I'm going to ask you guys at some points to write some things down. So you will hear me say things like, okay, we're doing a note-taking quiz, and I want you guys to draw the normal curve with me. So I will do things like draw the normal curve, and let me do this. Oh, we're going to move the microphone a little bit out of the way right here because I'm not used to it. There we go. So I'll do things like draw the normal curve. I might even move out of the way a little bit. And the note-taking quizzes will be for a grade. So you will have to turn these things in, and you'll have to deal with my really bad handwriting. It's even crazier with the mic. Usually I'm pretty good at drawing my normal curves, but the mic is like right in front of the screen where I draw, so maybe I'll have to reset things up. But that's the end of the curve got weird because of this. But when I ask you guys to start taking notes, I'll take this during class. You'll have to take a picture of your notes and upload them. The review assignments will not be for a grade, but I'm going to make them to kind of mimic what's going on. And I do kind of look at those things at the end of the semester if you're really close in grades. Now, we're almost to the grade part, are we? We're right about there. We're almost done with syllabus. Projects, there's one project, and here we are with grades. So there's only one project. I'll help you guys with the project. I'll do project review streams. Project grades are usually in the 90s, if not higher. There'll be bonus on the project. So this is a huge opportunity to make a great grade in the class with the project. Project, usually people do great on. Don't worry about the project. If you ask questions, if you're here working on it, I'm not saying I'm going to give you the answers, but you can pretty much ask, like, Brian, does this sound right? I'll be like, no, you should change this. You'll be like, does it sound right? And I'll be like, change it a little bit more. We want to say something like this. And I'll kind of give you part of it. I'll keep pushing you closer and closer. I like it right here, Hannah. You got it. So thank you very much, William. I appreciate that. But I'm here to help you guys out, Olivia and William. I'm here to help you guys out. That's the goal of this. So if you guys are here in class working, we're just going to work through the class together. In 3 weeks, you'll be done. You'll have credit for Stat 201. Boom. And hopefully you have an A. This is my last thing. We're talking about grades right here. It's awesome. We're pretty much almost done with this. We've pretty much covered everything. How will the extra credit work? Amazing question, Didier, right there. Nadai, is it Nadai? Nadai, correct if I'm wrong. Nadai. If you want to put the phonetic in there, I'll make sure I say it correctly. I always want to get everyone's names correct in the chat. Will we have advanced notes about the note-taking quizzes? Yep. Usually I give you like a day or two to complete them. So, Alyssa, that's so awesome. Yep. And I'll give you guys as much help as possible. So, and if I pronounce anyone's names wrong, I'm very bad at pronouncing names. I'll get even the most basic names wrong. Please tell me, and I'll say it correctly right there. And so, because it's Tristam. So, and so, yeah, I might ask a few people how to, I just want to make sure. So I had a friend, Chu Yi, and people would call him Chewy, and he always hated that. So I made sure to call him Chu Yi because it's Chu Yi, not Chewy. So, because I think Star Wars and stuff, so people call him Chewy, but his name was Chu Yi. So, you love the grading scale. You got it. Let's talk about some grades here. If you notice, the exams are super important. Oh no, the exams are worth 75% of your grade. Uh-oh, wait a minute. So what's going on right here? What's going on? Everyone's freaking out again. Wait a minute. I thought I thought we were going to do well. What's so important about this? I want to hear it again because this is the way to fail the class. This is the way to fail the class, is if you do not know this cool fact. And Space Pen is back because Space Pen is our favorite. Space Pen is here to save the day. Love it right there, William. You average them together. You're right. So think, oh my gosh, this is insanity. That means your final online quiz average is almost worth half your grade in the class. I don't know what I've done. This is insanity. What have I done, everybody? Your online quizzes, which is something you can do and something I'm going to help you get 100 on. I mean, I can't promise people will get hundreds. I can't be like, you will get hundreds, but I'm going to do everything I can, like with my online time right here. Space Pen knows everything. Space Pen's got it right. This is right here. You guys like this? People seem to be very happy about this part of the class. You got it. You got it. So your homeworks and everything, if you notice the online portions, so basically what is out of your control right here, what's going to be the hardest part of the class is going to be this 37.5%. Now, I know that is 75%, so sparkly. Oh, it is so sparkly. This 37.5%, because I'm taking half of it, because half of it you will get no matter what. Wow. If you were to make a 50, I'm just thinking about this right now, you could still make a B because you would lose. We'll put sad numbers right here. You'd lose 18.75, and that means you'd make an 81.25. I can't write today. If you were to do everything I asked you to, and you made 50s on the tests, your average in the class would be an 81.25. But here's where extra credit comes into play. Extra credit is up to 2% on your grade. Extra credit, thank you, Keaton, right there. Extra credit's up to 2% on your grade, which means, would you make a B minus? I wish I could point over the screen, or a B right now. With this grade right here, if you come to class and you're doing all the work, would this be a B or a B minus? And you made 50s on all the tests. You did everything I asked you to, but you made 50 on test 1. You made a 50 on test 2. You made a 50. You'd make a B, not a B minus. You'd make a B because you're probably got your bonus in the chat that you guys are getting right now, which I can see. I can go into Streamlabs and look at who's got the bonus because people are talking right now. If you're talking, if you're interacting, you're getting that bonus. And if you get up to that 1,000 points, you've got the full 2 points on your on your final grade. So think about this. This isn't even the lowest grade right here. You could have done worse than this. This person right here who made the 81.25, they did all the quizzes, all the homeworks, and they got hundreds on them, which is not the easiest thing to do because some of them are a little tricky. With this, they made 50s on every test, which I don't expect people to make 50s on every test when they're making hundreds on everything. Usually they'll make a good bit better. So if this were to happen to you, just because I know people are not good test takers, my brother's not a good test taker. If this were to happen to you, you would still make a B in the class. And I know you might not want to be making a B, but still, hey, you made a B and you kind of failed each test. It's kind of crazy, right? But you're doing all the work. So I don't want people to be like, I'm going to fail this class. This should let you know if you do all the work. How many bonus points should we strive for each class to stay on track? I think there's 15 classes. So by the end of each class, you should have, if you divide that up, I'm just trying to think, my brain is so broken today. I think 65 points. I think 65 points since there's 15 classes. And I do host other streams. Yep, about 65 points per class. So I guess 66.666 points. No, wait, is that right? Something like that. 70 points or so. Look, and you guys are almost there and it's only the first hour. You're almost there and it's only the first hour. You're way on track in this course. Like Christina right there has already half her points she needs to stay on track. We just basically got past the first hour. So Keaton right there on track. If we do the email, we got 100 points. Yep. And I'll try to add those all in. So I'll have to go in the back end of Streamlabs. I might do it this weekend. And I'll add in those points. Is there a max points we can get each class? Nope. If you're here, you're still getting points. If you're interacting, you're still getting points. The more you interact, the more you're in the chat, the more you're interacting, the more points you're getting. So look at there. Sarah's at 50. Amazing. And so just think about this. If you're here, if you're interacting, you're getting the points. And so I'm glad Streamlabs does this. It's such an do you guys like this point system? Kyle's is amazing right there. So the email will give you 100 points, which is basically worth a class and a half of participation. So 100% right. You guys like it? Yep, it's great. I love it too. It's so easy. Wish every class was this way. I agree. You guys make me so happy. If you guys can't tell, I love this. It's so much fun. So Tristan. That's awesome. Okay, so we got this going on right here. I think we're done with this. If you want to add or change section, talk to them. Feeling so good? That's awesome, Emily. Conflict switch exam. Please tell me if something happens. If somebody gets sick, we're living in this crazy time. Don't want to get this video in trouble because you say the bad word. So I don't know. They wouldn't get me in trouble. But if anything happens, please tell me. Just please tell me. No preference on email times. Just email me. And that Emily, you bring up, or Sarah, excuse me. Sarah, you bring up such an amazing point. Let me look through. Please don't cheat. Okay, I got to rant about this for a moment. I hate dealing with cheating. I hate it. It's about the only time you see not fun Brian, where Brian has to act serious and Brian has to be an adult, and I don't like being an adult. I like being a kid. I've got my manga over here. I got my Attack on Titan. You guys know, just got all this going on right here. I don't want to be an adult. So don't make Brian be an adult. We catch people cheating on the project, not like a lot, but more than we like. So please do not cheat. It makes my life not fun. It makes Jared right there. Oh man, Eminem references. So make you moderate there, Jared. So please do not cheat. It just really makes my life not fun. We're pretty good at catching cheaters. I'm from New York, if you hear my accent. So manga gang right there, you got it. So I don't like being an adult. So yeah, and so think about that. If you don't want to be an adult, then don't cheat, because that brings like adult consequences. That sounds so lame. But just don't do it. We're pretty good at catching it. I'd like to think we caught everybody, but thank you, Cole. I'd like to think we catch every single person who cheats, but obviously I'm sure some people get away with that. That's not good. We try our best. And then we also really try to not catch anybody who doesn't cheat. We're not trying to get anyone in trouble. We're very careful about it, as in when we come to you and we say there's a problem, we have been very, 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 very certain about it. You can talk to me. You can talk to others. You cannot email someone your work. Do not ever, especially this goes for all across UT, do not email your work to people. That is the number one way to get in trouble, is emailing your work, because someone's going to probably take sentences from it, takes parts of it. And if Isaac probably knows right there, is we have ways of doing this with code. Like, we use code to figure out if you cheat. We're doing this with code. So please do not make us pull out our code and you do it anyway. I look through all the projects and it's very fair and algorithmic. It just does the matching percentages. And so how time consuming? I'd say the projects take 3 to 5 hours, but it'll fly by. Like, it's not 3 to 5 hours of like, what's going on? It's three, maybe 1 to 5 hours. If I did the project, I could get it done in 20 minutes, but I teach the class. So that's not a good standard. But whenever you cheat, yeah, exactly. And I will say this, business analytics skills and coding skills and a lot of the stuff you're learning in this class is used throughout all of your disciplines. Someone tell me what their major is right now. This is our last thing on why not to cheat. Someone tell me what their degree is. And I'm going to tell you something I've heard or know about your degree, hopefully, because hopefully I've got a lot of stories. Someone's going to pull something. Kinesiology, oh my gosh. Talk about people I think it's kinesiology right there. A lot of kinesiology. Neuroscience right there. We got business analytics. Yes, business analytics. Kinesiology is the science of movement, if I am correct. And when it comes to that, you're talking about people getting injured. So if you were to look at somebody and you wanted to take data on why they got injured, you could take all the information like their impact. So you could look at their impact when they're running. You could do all these sensory measurements. So for those who are in kinesiology, and you could start looking at the recovery, do you ever take data on somebody, like kinesiology people? Do you ever take data on someone who's injured, on kind of their range of movement? Maybe they got a range of movement, maybe how much weight they can pull against that joint and stuff like that. Do you ever take data? Are they interested in kind of looking at like what is their current? Yes, Gracie says that's right there. So this is all statistics. because how do you know they're getting better? When you look at someone who is public administration, I got to think of some stuff for that. When you look at someone in biomechanics, exactly. Oh, wait, what is yours, Isaac? Physics. Well, that's all about equations. That's what we do in statistics. That's Isaac. Wow, yeah. And so definitely all the coding and stuff right there, like Isaac, I want you in this class. This is your goal, Isaac. If you're using Python right now, I want you to do a lot of this class in Python. And I want you to send me the Python code you do. If you can save I think it's a .py, if you can save those files you do your homework in and send them to me, I'll use them to learn also. And then years later, I'll be talking about Isaac Ownby. I'll be like, man, this Isaac, long time ago, 20 years ago, he's probably like doing his own thing now. He taught me a bunch in Python, and that's why I'm good in Python. I still remember the name. Oh gosh, I got to think of his name. I can see his face. He worked for Dave Ramsey. Oh no, he might be doing a PhD now. It's the last I heard from him. He's the one who taught me how to use the TI calculators. Not that I didn't know how to use the TI calculator, but he's the reason I know how to do all the statistical tests, because he's like, hey, Brian, you know you can do the stats test in the TI calculator? Why can't I think of his name? I'll look through my emails. I can see his face. I had him in class about 6-7 years ago. Yeah, you can do so many programs. I've downloaded so many cool programs for them. And he was like, yeah, they're already pre-programmed in under stat test. So now I made videos on how to do that. I said, never forget his name, and I already forgot it. Oh, it's killing me that I can't remember his name. I'll look it up. Next class, I'll be like, that, and you'll be like, Brian, you lost it. But I want you guys to teach me stuff. I see political science in here. Ethan, I've got some amazing news for you. One of my students just graduated and I believe is going to a PhD program in political science. I don't know if I want to say his name. I wonder the other student's name. But he took a lot of our business analytics courses and did amazingly well in political science. He was doing research in political science. So if you want to do research in your discipline, statistics and analytics is like a number one thing. So he took data mining. He took regression. So his name is Alec. And he took all of these courses, did amazingly well. And I'm pretty sure he's going to a PhD program. We have another student going to a PhD program in computer science. BCMB. Oh, man, that one. I don't know. I know neuroscience. I've got a student right now going to medical school. They were in business analytics and they're also doing like neuroscience, marketing and Chinese. Oh, that is so cool. Buttons. Marketing, that's all about analytics right there. That's all about data. It's all about making decisions based on data-driven ideas, collecting data, knowing the market. So knowing how to market to people, I should say. Pre-med, it's all about research in medicine. It's all about, do we have evidence that this drug is working? Do we not have evidence? Everything right there with drugs and research. Oh, I should say this. My brother's a pharmacist, and I have routinely helped him out doing statistics. Now, what I really like is I'll help him out, and then he will learn how to do it, and then he won't call me back. I don't mean that in a bad way, but it's so cool. He'll ask me all these questions, and then he'll learn how to do it, and then he'll know how to do the statistics I'm doing, and he basically builds a toolbox of statistics he needs for pharmacy. So pharmacy, definitely using statistics right there. Nursing, so many students I've had in nursing are using this, because in nursing, imagine if you have somebody who's running a fever, and you were to look at them. Now, I want you guys to tell me, like, let's say somebody is running a fever, or let's do their blood pressure. So we're going to look at if you think about diastolic or systolic, we're going to look at somebody's systolic blood pressure, which systolic is when your heart is beating. If you ever can't remember diastolic and systolic, diastolic is when you're dying. It's when your heart is not beating. It's the pressure in your body when your heart's not beating, i.e. you're dying. You're not literally dying, but that's the way I remember it. Diastolic, your heart is not beating, so that's the pressure in your veins then. Systolic is like your system is active, so that's when your heart is beating, the pressure in your veins. So I think you usually want 120/80. So let's say somebody comes in and they have a systolic of 160. Now, my nursing people, this is a systolic blood pressure. Is this a good blood pressure right here, nursing people? Is a 160 systolic very good? Are you going to be like, go home, you're fine. You're doing A-okay. We're very happy with you. Not that you should be, well, we think you're just fine. Nope. Sarah says nope. Sarah's right. Gracie says nope. Nope, not doing well here. I mean, I think this is bad range, not, oh my gosh, bad range, but this is bad range. So what do? You go here and you start plotting them. And what you notice is maybe after a while, you see something like this right here. So what you notice is they start to decrease. And what's interesting is we have a rule in statistics. Now, we're not teaching this right now. We're just kind of seeing some cool things you can do with statistics. We call this the rule of 7. So we go here and we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And notice that this is 7 points that are below the mean right here. This is kind of where they were at. And now we're going to say, okay, because of this, we're going to now plot a new mean right here. And their blood pressure has now decreased because this is good evidence that they've obtained a new blood pressure. Because what would be the probability, we could figure this out if we wanted, that they would have so many blood pressures taken below their previous average? So this would be evidence that they've lowered their blood pressure. Now, is this a lot? We'll find out later, but Space Pen to the rescue. You got it right there, Hannah. So this is how we might use it in nursing, is to chart somebody. Charts are statistics. Have any nursing majors, you guys ever see charts in your major? Do they ever talk about taking a chart? Maybe. I'm taking a wild guess that maybe we might see charts in nursing. Maybe. Maybe we might see charts. Maybe. I'm going to say yes. We hopefully see some yeses in the chat. But charting is a big thing, and charting is all about statistics. And how do you know the chart has changed or if there's a problem? You would hope so too. I would definitely hope so too. I think we've done it. I think rest of it's kind of just like what's going on with the world. And so we've done it. We've gotten through the syllabus. So let's pause right here. Any last questions about how the class and how it's organized? And I promise you, we're going to have time today to do 2 lectures, and we're going to have time today to do the assignments. You guys want to see magic? Oh, I'm gone. I'm back. I've got buttons so I can just disappear. What questions do you have for me? I'm going to pause here for a moment. We've gone through a lot about this class. We spent 1 hour going through the class and what's happening and how to be successful. This is a very important hour. Lots of information was given to you, and I'm literally just going to draw my pen again. So, do we have lecture PowerPoints so we can take notes on? You bet. The lecture PowerPoints are located under the modules on Canvas. So the modules on Canvas right here are where all of your PowerPoints. Well, thank you so much, Jared. So, how many projects are we doing? There's 1 project. Keep asking those questions if you have it. Questions are always open, but keep asking those questions if you have it. Trying to figure out it. Just making fine adjustments right now. Can't tell what I like or don't like. Any tips on staying focused for a full 3 hours? Talk in the chat, Ben. Good to have you here, Ben. Talk in the chat. Anytime you have a question, if you're thinking of something, ask a question. If you have a question, ask a question. Ask it immediately, or just be like, "This is interesting." Like, you don't have to say random things if you don't want. You don't have to register on My Pearson. Follow the video. If you have questions about registering on My Pearson, email me and I'll probably walk through it there. Just because I can't do it through the video, I just don't have a student account. So the video walks you through it pretty well. I don't post the annotated ones. I maybe could do that for you guys. Can we be on Canvas while on live still? I believe so. You should be able to. The quizzes, homeworks, and tests schedule's a bit ambiguous. Buttons, good question on it. It's a little bit ambiguous in case I need to change it. So expect the first test to be next Thursday. Expect the next test to be on Wednesday. So write this down right now. Thursday, Wednesday. Does everyone hear that? Thursday, Wednesday. That is the expected dates. Just in case if we go a little bit faster or a little bit slower, then I'll change it. Can you please post the annotated slides? You got it. I'll try to do that right there. I'll try not to forget to save them. It's not in my repertoire to do that. I'm not saying I don't want to do it, but I might just forget and close them out and be like, oh no, and then we've lost them. So I'll try to post them, and my handwriting is pretty bad too. Let me see if I missed anything else. There's a few more I see, definitely. How long does it take before each recording are posted? Sometimes because the lectures can be long, I think they might take a little while to compile. And I also had timestamps in the lecture. So you're going to see some cool stuff, which I'll show you next class about the timestamping I can do, because there's a new feature called chapters. Fake it till you make it. Are these lectures recorded? You can actually do this. Check this out right now. Here's what I want you guys to do. You can actually rewind the lecture live. So go down to the bottom of the toolbar and rewind it live. No, click the live button after you do that. There's a live button after you do that. I should have said there's a live button at the bottom. It might be, is it down here? There's a button that says live. It might be over there. If you look down over there at the bottom of your screen, there's a live button. Office hours will be right after class, probably for 2 hours, or in case I get too hungry or too tired, they might last like an hour. But I'll try to do office hours right after class, and that'll be in the video. So there's, thank you, Jared. You're awesome. Jared, thank you so much. That was a good idea to post it in chat. So let's put that. if you are watching in the past, click live. The live button is at the bottom of the screen. And it'll be red. It'll be red if you are live. Yeah. So can the project be turned in early for extra credit? You got it, Keaton. You bet it can. This is so nice. Just jump from the past now. You got it. Yep. And so if I go too quickly, if you're like, I didn't catch that, you can always rewind me. So that's something Zoom doesn't have either. It doesn't have like, hey, wait a minute, you can rewind it. Can you remind me? I can remind you. That'd be awesome, Andy. Andy, let's make you a mod. Amazing. I appreciate that, Andy. If you're like, hey, Brian, you didn't save those notes, I appreciate that. So I'll probably save it. Like, might bring those over there and save it. I think it's got it. Can the project be turned early? So, yeah, that's awesome, Jack. I'm glad you guys like it. It's meant to be like a social media experience. This is more like social media than it is Zoom. So I hope you guys feel like this is just us chilling out. We're going to get serious here in a moment and do a lecture. But please ask any more questions if you have them. Thank you so much, Aaliyah, right there. So I appreciate you guys so much. Is the project already uploaded? Nope, the project's not up yet. I need to make some changes to it. We'll be doing a different project than we do during the semester. Can you complete all the homework and quizzes early, or do you have access to them? Everything can be done early, Christina. You can do all your projects. Sorry, everyone, getting the hiccups. You can do all your projects and quizzes and homeworks early. So much better than Zoom. I like this. Oh, this is awesome. Oh, Isaac, no. Isaac was skeptical. I'm so glad to hear that. But now it's working. Is being a mod. It's basically if someone comes in here, Neeland, if someone comes in here and starts acting up, then we can immediately remove them. And once again, if someone comes in here and starts saying crazy things, then if someone comes in here, I will say this, and they're like, hey, what's this? You'd be like, this is our class. But if someone comes in here and they start, like, I know some Twitch people, I don't know them, but like if someone came in here and started messing with us, we just remove them. They can't jump in my stream. They can't do crazy things. I say that, but I mean, if they were to do that, they'd be able to get through people's YouTube streams, and I don't think there's ways to do that because people can't do that to Twitch streamers. They can't do that, but Zoom has a lot of issues. Oh, thank you so much, Ben. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys like this. Homeworks will be due. I have them due at the end of the semester, I think. I think they're all due at the end of the semester. Do not wait till the end of the semester to do them. I might change the date that it shows them due, but you will have access to them till the end of the mini term because mini term's so short. I want you to have access to them until the end. So, yes. And I think I can fix the due dates. I think I know the issue with the due dates. So you're going to see them probably be available on Canvas later on today. So, but the quizzes are first due on Thursday. Great questions. Yeah, I would suggest at least taking a look at the work, probably taking a look at the homework. So great question right there, Olivia. Taking a look at the homework is probably your best option. So taking a look at the homework is probably your best option for looking ahead. The homework, let's talk about one thing right here. Let's talk this real quick. Okay, so the homework, let's put homework on here. I wonder if I can do this. Let's do this. Mike's turned so much. Homework. With your homework, you have infinite attempts. If the homework only ends, my homeworks have due dates on Canvas. Oh, good. Okay, then I don't know why mine don't. So the homework, you have infinite attempts on. Infinite attempts on the homework. You just have to get it done by the due date, which I have at the end of the semester. Now, don't wait till then, because you're about to hear why it's important to do the homework beforehand. The quizzes. When you do the quizzes, you get one free attempt. You get one free attempt. Thank you so much, Steven, right there. Oh, Steven, you're from last year, right? Oh, Steven, we got a previous student right here. Steven, so good to have you. Steven, if you want, you can show them your points. I don't know. You don't have to. Don't worry about it. But so good. Thank you so much, Steven. Or maybe I'm trying to remember so many names. So good to see you, Steven. But with this right here, you get one free attempt at the quizzes. Now, how do you get your other 4 attempts? These other 4 attempts are locked by getting an 80% or higher on the respective homework right there. So let's see. So 80% or higher. And I will say this now, so Steven might know. Steven will probably tell you that I didn't have their points in Streamlabs connected to their extra credit. I did it differently. But now everyone's points are connected. Everyone's points are connected to their extra credit, so it's even more important to interact than ever now. So, and Steven, thank you so much for being here and saying, hey, we appreciate it. So you might see more people. Do we lose a percentage of our points after each attempt on the homework question? So do we lose? No. Your points will keep going. Your highest attempt is taken. I think that might explain it. So you get your highest homework, and your homework can be 100. I will say this: homework is the easiest thing to get 100 on because you can keep attempting any question you want. And maybe we'll see Julio come by and everybody. And then your quizzes is the highest of these attempts. Your quizzes is the highest of these attempts. So what is the easiest thing to make 100 on? Your homeworks or your quizzes? What is the easiest thing to make 100 on? Your homeworks or your quizzes? Which one's easier to make 100 on? Remember, points for interacting. Which is easier? The homework. You're totally right there, Michael. Nice job. The homework is easier to make 100 on. You got it. Love it when the answers come in like this. It's so awesome to see. Shows everyone's interacting, getting those points, and a lot of you are going to be on an amazing track to being, getting the 1,000 points you need to get the max extra credit, which is 2 points on your final grade. That's insanity. So, but then you get your 5 attempts on your quizzes. You can definitely work ahead. And that'll definitely help. So if you want to start looking at your homeworks and quizzes after this, it's going to set your mind in place for what we're about to do. So when we're done with class, and I'm going to start working some homeworks and quizzes after class, it'll really help. And then they'll be in the video. So you'll have videos of me working it. Isaac, how long did it take you to do homework 1 and what did you get on it? How long did it take you to do homework 1 and what did you get? Like how many minutes and then what did you score, Isaac? When people don't do homework 1, it hurts. It hurts me. So let's see. It's probably didn't take that long, I'm assuming, because I know homework 1 quite well. I did it in this stream. Yes. And he's been interacting. And he was at like 10 minutes. Did you get 100? 100%. 10 minutes. Did it during class. If you're here, if you're staying focused, if you're understanding everything we're doing, you're going to do great in this class. So keep it up. Great job, Isaac. And the quizzes, you get 5 attempts. 1 is free. So the homework is your way of doing the quizzes, way of getting great grades on them. Exactly. So you guys got it. We're going to get as much work done as we can. So guess what we're going to do right here? We're going to hop back to lecture mode. Let's hop to lecture mode right here. Here we are. We're back in lecture mode. You ready? It is time for the first lecture of the day. There's so much. I need to maybe get my colors better because I'm so orange right now too. So stats start here. So we get a little bit more serious. Please ask questions when you still have them. I'm a little more serious now. Like I stay a little more one-track mind when we get into lecture mode. But still, when you have a question, ask it in chat. I will see it instantaneously. And I'll ask questions too. So, what is statistics? Well, you're about to see something crazy right here. We start class and end class with like the weirdest of things. And so 4 out of 9 Alabamians will die of colorectal cancer in 1986. It's just like, why, my Pearson? What's going on? I just don't get it. Well, this is kind of true. You say, well, I know it's very high. This is like 1986. What happened in 1986? This is like Alabama was just wiped out. And you say, well, this right here is a statistic. But is that, it's so ridiculous. Do you think this is actually true? It is. But it's 4 out of 9 Alabamians who get colorectal cancer will die of colorectal cancer. So it's not actually 4 out of 9 Alabamians. It's just for people who probably go to the hospital. It's people who are, who get it, who are diagnosed with it. The other 5 out of 9 are dying for something else. But yeah, is it really, Isaac? Is it really the number 2 killer of adults in our country? If it is, that's kind of scary. Yeah, and it's the way we report things. Isaac is totally right. It's one of my favorite things that they say there's lies, there's damn lies, and there's statistics. But statistics always get this bad rap. But I can't. See, here's my problem. My problem is that I like chatting with people online about like whatever it is, current events, or like political stuff. I'm not going to get political in class. No, I'm not going to do it. It's not like we got an election coming up. I'm not going to talk politics. Can't make me do it. But I like for things to be very fact driven. And then I hate it when people people are just cracking on the chat, feel like so much randomness. That's why I'm like, nope, not doing it. Not doing it. Not gonna nothing going on. Never gonna talk about it. Um People don't realize how important statistics are. Statistics are just numbers. Now, how the statistics are collected is very important. So when it comes to it, you have to make sure that your statistics are from reputable sources. So it's very much, oh, well, thank you very much, Cooper. It's people can always ask me like during office hours. I don't like talking about like current students either. I just never want there to be a divide between me and the students. It doesn't matter what I think about those topics. What matters more is the data. I'm here to teach you how to analyze data, understand data, and to do that. I am a person. I do have views, but those views don't matter when I'm teaching you about how to do statistics. But what gets me is when I talk to people online, people will sometimes bash statistics like, well, stats can do anything. I'm like, that's not a good way of critiquing the problem of the misusage of data. The data itself is not a problem. The problem is when people abuse data. So, and Isaac's right, like data is more important. When you get good data leads to good decisions. Bad data leads to bad decisions. And bad data can be used to make inferences about decisions. Let's take this example for just to think about the craziest thing in statistics. So I probably told a lot of you that people who come to class, like if you come to class, Jack is so right. Jack, amazing answer. Jack, you couldn't have put it better. I say that a lot of times. The stats don't lie, the statistician does. I probably told many of you in email, if you come to class, you usually do better. People who come to class do better. But does that mean coming to class will make you do better in school? No. It means there's an association, and I'll explain why I didn't say correlation maybe later on in the class. But there's an association between coming to class and doing better. It doesn't mean if you go to class, you will do better. It means there's something about people who go to class, whether it be they do more assignments, they take better notes, they just are better students for some reason. There's something, and people know it right now, they're talking about shark attacks and ice cream sales, all this stuff right here. Jack, and you're just so right. That's just an amazing answer. And Isaac puts correlation does not equal causation. You're totally right. Same thing, because you can say association does not mean causation. And the reason I did not say correlation is because both variables were not quantitative. We'll talk about that in chapter 6. Correlation is only for two quantitative variables. So you can say things like height is correlated with weight. And that one probably is a little bit more causal, because when you get taller, it generally causes you to gain weight. Like your body is kind of expanding, taking up more space just by virtue of vertical space. So there's probably a causal relationship there between height and weight. There are ways to do this. So we'll go back to Isaac right here with physics, because if you're looking for a causal relationship, you need to run an experiment. The only way to show good evidence of a causal relationship, you wouldn't necessarily prove it, but you'd have good evidence, is by doing an experiment where you have an element of control and you have a test group and you have a control group and you have that element of control. So experiments are very important in things like physics or chemistry or biology to get the gold standard of what we would say there is causation here. So you can sometimes get to that idea of causation, but it requires a lot of controls. It requires randomness. I don't know. I didn't say an element of randomness. Well, that's how you put your two groups together, by randomness. So no, I'm sorry, William. I'll try to never say that word again. Awesome. And thank you so much. Like little stuff right there, William, that's how you stay interactive. So someone asked, how do we stay interactive? You got it. Living in Kentucky and dying on boats. Yeah, because I mean, there's probably something about Kentuckians, all that. There's, what was it? Some stuff. I actually worked in Kentucky at one point. So the biggest thing is stats are very important. Stats is, what has changed Major League Baseball and stuff. If you've heard of Moneyball, when Billy Bean, I think that's the guy's name, and Joe DePodesta, I always get his first name wrong. Paul DePodesta. I always get it wrong. I know when I say it. Paul DePodesta. When they came up with their stuff about how to draft players, that changed the world of statistics. You know what everyone started doing then? They started doing what they started doing. Everyone started following their formula. Analytics is basically, Ben, great question. Analytics is basically the utilization of statistics. And we just call it analytics. Like, it's basically statistics. almost the same thing. So business analytics is just statistics in the business field, and I love it because it's just like statistics. I can't tell you how many companies, like someone said earlier that they're business analytics, how many companies are using statistics to make money using business analytics. Like Moneyball changed how baseball is done. And if Julio ever jumps in the chat, I don't think he'll mind me saying this. Julio Bourbon, professional baseball player, took the class, and he was lots of fun, very interactive. And maybe I'll tell him to jump into the chat. Would you guys like that? We did an interview with him. You can watch the interview on the channel, but maybe I'll have him jump in the chat. You guys can say hey to him, and he'll tell you how important statistics are in baseball. Statistics are so important in baseball that the New York Yankees organization trains its coaches on how to do statistics and actually gives them little mini tests. So they actually have them go through and do little tests and are like making sure they know how to do statistics. So and Julio was like, yeah, it's the stuff we're learning in class. So he was explaining it to them. He was like being like, well, this is the reason this distribution will look like this, and this is this. And like, how do you know this? And he's like, I'm taking a stats course. So that really, 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 I'm going to put the volume up one notch if I don't do it too loud. Awesome. Statistics is a noun. All this stuff, don't worry. Relax for a moment. This is our easiest lecture. Yes, Devin knows what's going on. Statistics are very important. Look at Thomas right there. Tons of points already. So we need context for our data. We're about to hop into the very first thing you need to know right here. And sorry, this might be a little bit small. Let's see how small this is. Well, here we go. Statistics is about measuring, controlling variation in data, reducing and adapting to that variation. Like, think about this. We might measure how far somebody hits the ball. We might try to understand, like, why they hit the ball so far. Like, let's be like, okay, when do they hit a home run? How do they hit a home run? And then how can we get them to hit more home runs? So measuring a variation would be like figuring out how far someone hits the ball. Understanding the variation would be like figuring out the things that go into how far they hit the ball. Reducing or adapting to the variation would be trying to get them to hit the ball further. Think of a batting coach. A batting coach is going to reduce and adapt the variation in how far you hit the ball, just like SportsCenter right here. Exactly. So statistics is all about making decisions, but we want to have as much data as we can. That is our goal, and everybody is so on track with this first lecture. It's time to start taking notes. Have your pen out beside you because you're about to hear some of the most important stuff for the whole semester for notes. So get ready, and I want to see it in the chat. I want to see some people start putting it in the chat. Don't worry, it's still very, very easy. So we've got right here data. So this is where everything starts. You saw me do this earlier by putting data into jump and R. So it was already dealing with data. You saw it. You saw data already listed right there, and everyone's ready. So let's take a look. What the heck is going on here? This is all sorts of craziness. This is really bad data. Someone set this up improperly. So let's go ahead and just like be like some magic. Fix it right there. We got it fixed up nice and neat. We can see things like the order number, the name, the state and county, the price, the area code, all this good stuff. You can read it too. So, and let me ask one question. Can everyone see that really well, or is it very small? If you didn't know this, there's a scroll wheel underneath. Let me point to where it's at. There's a scroll wheel about here on your screen maybe that controls the quality of the video. So if the video is laggy because of your internet, you can lower the quality, but you can also change it to a higher quality. Does everyone see that scroll wheel below about where that arrow is at? That is the scroll wheel that changes the quality of the stream. So if you want to change it to 720, if it's not at 720, you can increase it. So anytime if you go to lower quality, you can change it. Sometimes bit rates can change it. Thank you so much right there, like Nicole and others saying they can see it. That's how you change the quality of the stream. I think we stream at 720. Oh, we at 1080 right now? That's awesome. So glad we do. I need to, good. Yeah, because I got gigabit internet when I went home. So I upped my internet because I'm streaming. So got to get good internet. Okay, so let's get ready for some questions right here. Each of these variables are different types of variables. Each of these variables are different types of variables. Now we're going to do the easiest possible one. You ready? If I skip a slide, it's not super important. So I'll come back to these. The easiest variable is quantitative. Quantitative means something is an actual real number and probably has units. In the chat right now, I want you to think of a quantitative variable. I want people in the chat to start telling me quantitative variables. And I skipped through a little bit of slides. I'll go back to them. I want people to tell me a quantitative variable in the chat. I want you to know what a quantitative variable is. I want to see a lot of quantitative variables. Their actual age and height. Boom, Keen right there. 3 meters. Meters is height, like how tall or how long something is. Age, acceleration. Yes would be categorical right there. Size, price, income, mass, age, weight, height, football stats. Yeah, well, and some football stats are quantitative. Other ones are not. 20 years of age, GPA, grades, dollars, age, density, income, price, salary. You guys got it. You know what's going on with this right here. Interest that people are getting. It has to be an actual real number. But watch out. Is gender right here quantitative or categorical? Look, there's a 1 for male and there's a 2 for female. So is gender right here quantitative or categorical? Is it quantitative or categorical? Camden, you're totally right. That is quantitative. Well, not this. Don't, if someone heard that, it's categorical. This is categorical. Gender is categorical because it puts things into categories. So these are your 2 main types of variables right here. We have quantitative. And why is it called quantitative? Because it's a quantity. So quantitative is a quantity. And then sometimes you'll hear categorical called qualitative because it's a quality, like your eye color. Let's hear some categorical variables in the chat. So start putting categorical variables in the chat. Remember, you get the points for interacting. If you're here, if you're interacting, you're getting those points. Everyone's going to hopefully get those 2 points on their final grade by being here and interacting as much as possible. Somebody's name is actually categorical. Surprisingly enough, a name is categorical. Nice job right there, Keaton. So maybe breed of a dog right there. So we've got hair color, the stars. Maybe like constellations would be categorical, like they're a category. Manga preference, yeah. I've got a few other ones over there. So I've got Bakuman, I've got Death Note. Gotta love Death Note. So great anime, great manga. So grade level is kind of a weird one. Grade level is kind of quantitative, and you could almost consider it categorical. I'd probably use grade level as a quantitative grade. It's just weird. If you did it quantitative, you might want to, it can be considered quantitative because someone who's in grade 11, here's a great way to know if it's quantitative. Does it make sense to say that someone in grade 11 is 1 grade higher than grade 10? Does that make sense to say someone in grade 11 is 1 grade higher than grade 10? Does that make sense? Is it a real numerical difference? Crack me up, Ben. Yes, that does make sense right there. So that means it's quantitative. It is quantitative. It is sort of groups also. You can treat it as a group, but I'd probably prefer to treat it as quantitative because it carries with it real numeric information. Hair color, definitely categorical. Now, is the male, right here, is the male 1 more gender than the female? Is the male 1 more gender? Like, does it make sense to say males have a gender higher by 1 than females? Does that make sense? That doesn't make sense. And yeah, it's Isaac, it really depends because, and I don't try to put tricky ones on the test. I try to put pretty obvious ones on the test, but so grade level is a little bit more quantitative, I would say, because you would always say someone who's a sophomore is 1 more like grade level ahead than a freshman. But you could also consider it, that one would be categorical ordinal too. Sorry, variables can get very confusing very quickly, and I will not try to do that. The test questions will be as obvious as possible to where when I ask something, it'll be like height, age, weight, GPA, and those are all quantitative. But then if it puts things into categories, and if it really is just only categorical, things like hair color, eye color, what state you were born in, what color's your shirt, where your parents were born, do you own a microphone? Any of these right here are categorical. Does that make sense? Because now we're going to go back, and I'm going to ask you guys on these right here. Now, I'm not going to ask you guys about this one yet because that's a trick question right now. I want to know, is somebody's name categorical or quantitative? And this is a good representation of test questions. Is somebody's name quantitative or categorical? Is somebody's name, like, is there a category of Brian S's in the world? So that's categorical. So if you think about this, we have categorical right here. And let's do this. Let's put 2 different color pens right here. We'll do a green pen for one, and we'll do a blue. There we go. Okay. So this right here is going to be categorical. Now, is the state someone was born in categorical or quantitative? Like, does it make sense to say that Ohio is 1 more than Illinois? Does that make sense? Like, Ohio is 1 more than Illinois. That makes no sense. How about price that somebody paid for their Amazon item? Is the price somebody paid? A nice job in the chat. Remember, you gain those points by interacting and staying live. So it's price. Price would be what? What would price be? What would price be? It's quantitative. Now we got to pause though. Okay, so I see a number. Since I see a number, that means it could be quantitative. Area code. Imagine if your friend said to you, my area code is so much more than your area code. Does that make sense if your friend's like, my area code is it's like so much bigger than yours? You're like, what are you talking about? What is going on here? Area code is categorical. And I think that's what often confuses people is that an area code is categorical. Area codes are not quantitative. They're categorical because they don't represent real numbers. There's no having more area code than someone else. I mean, if you want to think about it that way, but that's not how we think about area codes. The download somebody had, I think you guys know it by this point, that would be categorical. Also, please tell me if I make a mistake. Sometimes I might be thinking about the next one and write something wrong. Can you put objects inside the idea? I don't know what you mean by that, Isaac. Expand upon that idea. How about gift? Gift is a yes, no question. That's categorical. And Amazon, this one's tricky. And I'm going to tell you, this is the Amazon store identification number, which tricks people when I teach you the next one. It is still categorical. And the artist they bought is also categorical. Can you put objects inside the... Yeah. Isaac, you're right. Can you put objects inside the idea? Mm-hmm. If you can put like yeses and nos, think of it as like a group or like a box that you're putting things inside of it. Like these are the yes items. These are the no items. These are the ones that belong to this group. Qualitative holds ideas together. Yeah, it's like these are all the yes item. It's like a label. So you're saying these are all the items that have this store ID right here. Now you say, Brian, why did you keep this one outside of it? Why did you put an X over this? That one is called an identifier. Because when I call up Amazon, what would they do if I said, I'm Brian Stevens, I'm calling about my order, I'm not happy? What would they immediately ask me? What do you think they would ask me when I say I'm Brian Stevens, I'm unhappy about my order? I'm Brian Stevens, I'm unhappy about my order, fix it. My order number, why do you need that? I'm unhappy about my order. They're going to say, what's your order number? They're going to be like, what order is it? We need to know your order number. And look at from my order number. How much information would they have? Okay, I'll be Catherine right here. How much information would they have if I gave them my order number? How much information? They'd have everything. They would know what I ordered. They would know like how much it cost. They'd know where it was shipped to. They'd have even more like when it arrived and all this information. So if we had all this right here, all they would ask for is my order number. So what did the order number do to the rest of the information in the data set? It did what to it? Think about the I word. Think about what the variable's called. It's called an identifier. So what did it do? It unlocked, it identified it. You're right. It identified it. So what do identifiers do? What's the point of an identifier? Identifiers identify everything. They identify what you're working with. And we've literally taught a huge portion of this lecture right here, right now on this screen. There are how many types of variables? This is what you should have in your notes. There are how many types of variables? How many types of variables? How many types of variables are there? You can see it on the screen with the color coding. There's kind of two. There's three. So it really depends. People can classify them different way. We say there's three in this class because identifier is a unique one. Identifier is its own type of thing, and that's why I did it last. We don't have many identifiers. How many identifiers do you need? If you work for a company, how many identifiers do you actually need? How many identifiers would you need in a data set? How many things do you need to identify which thing you're talking about? Just one. You got it. Sometimes called a key. Zach, I miss you too. Zach, show your points off if you want. You're going to see some cool points right here. Zach, you don't have to. I can say that to people. But Zach, I miss you too. Man, Zach, you're free to swing by anytime you want. Zach's going to show you guys some awesome points right here. So with this right here, remember, I think Zach was in the class that switched. You guys will be here all summer. We got other people checking the points. So there are three types of variables. Nice job, Zach. Amazing work. So there's three types of variables. Identifiers go through, and identifiers identify what we are talking about. Identifiers tell us the thing in the data set. It's a good flex right there, Zach. Identifiers could be things like social security number, Sorry, we can't share them. Social security number. We could do FedEx tracking number. We could have even your fingerprints, kind of an identifier. But identifiers identify what you're talking about. Can anyone, can anyone tell me like another identifier we don't have on here? Like, what do you have at UT that's an identifier for you? What do you have at UT that's an identifier for you? Does anyone have an identifier from UT? Does anyone know an identifier you have from UT? Student ID number, you're right. Your net ID. These are all identifiers. Your net ID is an identifier. It's unique to you, your student ID. Now, how do you know if something is an identifier? How in the world do you know if it's an identifier? It cannot ever repeat. Why is favorite ice cream flavor not an identifier? I just asked the same question, which I give the answer to. Why is favorite ice cream flavor not an identifier? Because many people have the same one. You're totally right. Because if I were to ask favorite ice cream flavor, what is mine? You know what? I got to admit it. It's cookie dough. It's cookie dough. Put your favorite ice cream flavor in the chat. Favorite ice cream flavor right there. Mine's cookie dough. Let's see what people say. But we will see probably it's not unique. Identifiers must all be unique. They can be quantitative. Coffee's good. Man, now I've got like 2 things of ice cream. I gotta stop eating so much ice cream. Cookies and cream. Cookies and cream is excellent. I know someone who really likes cookies and cream. Mint's good too. So much good stuff right there. So chocolate mousse tracks. Look, we see a lot of repeats. Chocolate chip cookie dough. That's actually what I had technically. If it's got cookie dough in it, I love it. There's Cheesecake Factory has a cookie dough cheesecake. It's so good. Ben and Jerry's right there. Every Ben and Jerry's. Just give me a Ben and Jerry's and I'm happy too. I got a problem. I can eat one of those pints instantaneously, as I'm sure many people can. Brownie batter. Oh, that's so good too. They have one called Everything But the Kitchen Sink. Oh, it's got cookie dough in it. It's got everything but the kitchen sink. Fish food. That's so good too. So good. So much good stuff right here. Half baked. Yes. That when I hit those brownie chunks in half baked, so good. Pralines and cream, I think it's good too. So can your name be an identifier? Actually not. You know what's interesting? Names are not really identifiers because there are names that repeat. And so names are not really good identifiers, especially in this data set right here. Now I will say this. Someone could what do teachers do? Like, let's say you're in a class and your name is Brian Stevens and there's another Brian Stevens. Usually teachers will tack something on. They'll be like, oh, the Brian Stevens from New York. Like if they want to talk about me, they'll tack on something to make it an identifier. They'll be like, oh, and that's the Brian Stevens from Tennessee. And that's the Brian Stevens from New York. Oh, and then we have the Brian Stevens who came here midway through the semester. So like if there's 3 Brian Stevens, they'll try to create an identifier. I like that right there. There were 3 Hannahs in my graduating class of, oh, yeah. And that's the thing. And think of what we do, Hannah, right there. You would add your last name to it and be like, I'm Hannah so-and-so, to try to make it an identifier. But even our last names don't always make it an identifier because it can repeat. So names are not really good. Yes, another Hannah right there. Let's make you both mods. Oh my gosh, wait, do we have, oh, I thought there was a 3rd Hannah. I saw 2. And I literally thought we had a 3rd. I was like, no way. So all of that right there. Good stuff right there. Hair color, where there's so many Sarahs in a high school. Yeah. Because they're trying to make it into an identifier. They're trying to be like, oh, this Sarah right here, the one such and such. So pretty interesting. You've never met another Camden? I think I've had a few. I know and of course, kind of meet up to like, every year I meet like 1,500 students. It's pretty crazy. And so, as you can tell, talk in class, stay engaged. I don't think I ever met Zach in person. I'm trying to remember if I did. But I know Zach quite well. So stay in class, stay talking to me. I'll get to know you guys. Hopefully, email me. You guys know I love staying in contact with you guys, like being sure. Not too many. I've met quite a few. Multiple William Mitchells. So nicknames aren't identifiers. Nicknames would not be identifiers. Here's the Andy, great question. You ready? Can a nickname repeat? Can a nickname Zulun right there? Please tell me if I'm pronouncing it wrong. Zoloon, like Zoloon. Yes, you're totally right. Nicknames can repeat. They can repeat, so they are not. Awesome, Zoloon. You got it. So, awesome stuff. So categorical variables, let's make sure we know this. Categorical variables are variables that put things into groups. Categoricals put things into groups. Quantitative are actual, real numbers. So when you ask someone their height, their weight, all these different things are quantitative variables because they have to have some sort of numeric difference. Identifiers are variables that simply identify. Now, in technical sense, they are categorical. So they're a category of one, though, but don't think of them as categorical variables. They are unique. Your name would be categorical. Like, think about this. The group of Bryans in the world. The group of Brian Stevenses in the world. Because there would be kind of a group of Brian Stevenses. Imagine if you met everybody. We said, okay, everyone with the same name is going to go hang out. And you'd have a group of people with all the same name. Oh, that's so cool. That's so cool, Jose. And what do you notice right here? I want to point something out inside of jump. Here is something inside jump. Now, we will use jump throughout the course, and I do have videos on it. But if you notice right here, name has red beside it. What did we say name is? This is a huge thing for us to remember. Name is categorical. And then we have right here, age is quantitative. Finish time is quantitative. Their bib number. Now, I might disagree with this, actually, the way the person coded this, because I think someone added this just recently. Bib number is going to be unique in the race. Like, if you look up your bib number from a race, that would be an identifier for that race. So, but I think they're trying to say position, but your bib number wouldn't repeat also. This kind of has two identifiers. Sorry, we just made things complicated right here. Because your bib number would not repeat, and your position in the race would not repeat. Now, what they did right here is that is ordinal. Now, I kind of went above and beyond right here. I want to point the thing you should know about this slide. There are how many types of variables? How many types of variables are there again? How many types of variables are there? How many types of variables are there? 3. And then you should know them. You should know all 3. You should know quantitative, categorical, and identifier. Nice job. I love it when the chat goes crazy. You're getting those points. You guys are gonna beat Zach. You're gonna have more points than Zach. That's our goal. Get more points than Zach. Sorry, Zach. But there are 3 types of variable: quantitative, categorical, and identifier. We don't really go over this much in our class. Don't worry. I'm going beyond the notes for just a moment. There's something called ordinal. I want you to think about stake preference right here for a moment. So we've got here stake preference. And let's poll the class. You ready? So we're gonna work at a restaurant right here, and we're only gonna let you order your steak one of 2 ways. You ready? We're gonna add a poll in. Remember how to vote. What temperature for steak? Okay. So we're gonna have I'm gonna put no in here for those who don't want to eat steak. And then we're gonna have here rare. And we're gonna have here well done. So remember how to vote. You put exclamation mark vote and you put your option in the chat. So we've got our options. We're going to start the poll up. You'll see it appear in the chat. Poll has been started. I think poll has been started. Let's see if the chat's saying it. So you can choose no, rare, or well done. So after the thing has been going right there, make sure to do it. So we've got the choices in the chat on how to eat your steak. Now, when you think about steak preference right here, steak preference right here categorical or quantitative? Is steak preference categorical or quantitative? Is steak preference categorical or quantitative? It's categorical. But there's something about, like, if you are ordering a steak. Now, I did put no in here, so this is more nominal now. But these words right here, which I think show up in your assignments a little bit, not so much on the test, are ordinal. Let me write them down right here. And nominal. So you have ordinal and nominal. Now, both of these are categorical variables. Ooh, okay, let me go back to I got another screen for this. 2 seconds. We're switching. You can see that right there. There we go. So these are both categorical variables, but look at the start of it. Ordinal. Nominal. No. So one of these has no order to it, and the other has order to it. So which of these categorical variables has an order to it? Which of these categorical variables could be put in order? Like steak preference from rare to well done has some sort of order to it. It'd be ordinal. So steak preference, when you look at a steak preference like from rare to well done, is ordinal. But something like gender has no order. So gender would be nominal. But grade level, and like I said, you could do it quantitative or you could do it categorical or age group. Age group is categorical ordinal because age groups have order to them, like the people in their 20s are younger than the people in their 30s. So age group has an order to it, but age would be quantitative if you just did age. So I want to point out what I just said right there. Age is a quantitative variable. Age group is a categorical variable because it's age group now making it into a category. Very small, subtle changes, and this is literally the most complex thing. Wow, rare one out? That's so cool. I'll let you guys see the poll right here. Let's complete the poll. Thank you. We still got 50 people or so interacting live, and that is awesome. At least or around 50 people interacted live, and I like that. So thank you guys so much. Great interaction today. We only have about 67 people in the class. I say only, but still. So rare one out. The other two are pretty close with, I think, about 20% each. So if you notice this right here, we've got it. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do something really fun right now. Let's make it happen. This is one of the fun things we do in class. So let me open up a new sheet right here. I went to the wrong tab. So let me open up a new sheet. And let me go over to a fun thing we got. It is time. Do I have it from this screen? I hope I do. It's time for a Stat 201 speed run. So let's hop over and do a Stat 201 speed run on these topics right here. You're saying what is going on? It's time for a Stat 201 speed run. So I will mention this bar above my head right here. The bar above my head, which I'll point to, is a bar that goes over. If you sub to the channel, the bar gets some health taken off. It's the Stream Boss bar. So we've got we've got our speedrun bar, and we're going to talk about these topics. Now, here's how a speedrun works. During speedruns, I generally take less questions. You can still ask them. Sorry if I don't respond as quickly. I'm going to go over the topic as quickly as I can. So in this speedrun right here, you're going to see me go through what we just talked about, and I'm going to do it kind of quickly. So the point of a speedrun is to cover the whole topic again. Now, when we're in class, if you're ever confused about something or you want me to review a topic, you can call for a speed run. So if you're like, hey, Brian, you're like, I want you to review it, you can be like, please do a speed run or do a speed run. Just be like, speed run, speed run. And I'll be like, okay, let's do a speed run of the topic. So please ask for speed runs when you want them. Sometimes I'll be like, okay, let's do a speed run. So please ask for speed runs when you want them. This is what you'll be seeing. Okay, here we go. In statistics, there are three major types of variables. Let's list them out right here. The first major type of variable we have is quantitative. We spelled it correctly. And this is actual, real numbers. These are things like your height, your weight, maybe your GPA. Now, how do you know it's a quantitative variable? It has to be something that represents a real number. When I take it, I can take the difference between it. Let's see. My friend's height is 67 inches, and another friend's height is 70 inches. 67 and 70 have a difference of 3. That means they're real numbers. How about weight? My one friend weighs 180 pounds. The other weighs 200 pounds. That's a difference of 20. These are real numeric differences. But be careful, because next you'll see we have categorical. Now, another name for categorical is also qualitative. I don't like that name because it makes some confusion and it's much harder to spell. Good thing we got autocorrect right there. So qualitative, when you think about it, it's like quality versus quantitative, meaning a quantity. So when we talk about categorical variables, it puts things into categories, such as like gender. But can you imagine somebody's gender being one more than yours? No, gender is a group of people who are in a certain gender. Or we could have class level. Now, class level is people like freshmen, sophomores, and juniors, seniors. That puts them into groups right here. Next, we could have things like state you're born in. The state you're born in would be like Tennessee, New York, North Carolina. These are all different groups of states people are born in. If you notice, these are not numbers like the other one. So the last type of variable we have is identifier. And you should know, I want to see in the chat, if you're in the chat right now, what does an identifier do? It identifies. You put an A at the end of it right there. It identifies. This is what an identifier does. It must be unique. It must be unique. It can't repeat. What's the point of having something that identifies if it's not unique? You guys know what's going on. I love seeing the chat right there. I told I wouldn't answer questions, but you know what's going on. We're going for sub 3 speed run today. You got it. We're over halfway done. So an identifier must be unique. It cannot repeat. That's what's going on with identifiers. So what are things that would not repeat in most data sets? Things like your social security number, things like your driver's license ID number, things like this would not repeat. If you go to the DMV and they ask for your driver's license number, there's not going to be someone else with the same driver's license number, unless some states do stuff that I don't know. Your social security number cannot repeat. It's never going to be it. Unfortunately, things like your full legal name could repeat. That could repeat. Someone could have my same exact name, and that would not identify me. We have things that cannot repeat. We're in the bonus time right now. I think we're going sub 330 right here. So last but not least, when it comes down to this, categorical does have two subtypes that we often talk about. Categorical, let's go here into the categorical subtypes and mention this. We've got ordinal and we've got nominal. Ordinal right there, and we've got nominal. So nominal and ordinal. So nominal and ordinal has order to it. Has order. So this would be like stake preference. Going from rare to well done has an order to it. You wouldn't say well done, rare, medium rare. You would say rare, medium, giving it an order. And then nominal would be things like state you're born in. Has no order to it. So state you're born in has no order to it. Because it's not like Tennessee is more than New York or New York is more than California. The state has no order to it. So these are kind of subtypes of the variables, and that does it. We got a 351. Yeah, that's a good first attempt at the speed run. We got to do better. But, Mitch Flower Power, he's doing those Super Mario Bros. 3 runs. But, Mitch, you got to get on these Stat to Win speed runs. I want to see if you can go sub 3, Mitch. I think he's trying to go, what is it? He's trying to go like sub 50, 51 something for, but see, anyone can speedrun Super Mario Bros. 3, but few people can speedrun stats. So, it's a lot of people. Yeah, I know. We got some Sonic speedruns, all that stuff, but this is everything we just covered in under 4 minutes. You guys got it. Speedrun in here. Let's hop back to the lecture right. There we go. We're back on the screen right there. Got to zoom. Like it right there. You like speedruns? I'm glad you like them. And so I try to make them so they're kind of fun and trying to go as quick as possible through all the notes we just did. I've never done a Minecraft speedrun, so I'm glad you guys like it. This is why I have fun during class, or I don't know. You're welcome. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Jared. You just call for a speedrun. When you want to hear a topic again, like when I go through a topic and you guys are confused, it happens. People are asking questions in the chat. They're like, I'm so confused. What's going on? And then they're like, do a speedrun. So we do it. So that's what we do. And if you guys got more ideas, just tell me what's going on. But you guys got it. Thank you, Isaac, very much. Yeah, no, as I said, I've been doing this for a while, so I'm glad you guys like it. And I think Isaac was saying like and subscribe. Yeah, that really helps out. I'll mention some stuff. Let me mention this real quick. Here, we'll finish this lecture, then I'll talk a little bit, because I think we're basically done with it. I think that's got it. There was some slides I skipped. I skipped slides are not as important. This is the last topic right here. As I said, I'm going to constantly move my hair. You can ask during. If I miss it, just ask it again. During speedruns, I'm a little more focused because sometimes I'll clip those out of the video. So I'm a little more. Just cracking me up in the chat. I'm a little more focused during speedruns. I'm a little more like one-track mind. But you can still ask. If I catch it, I'll catch it. But if I miss it, make sure to ask it. And sometimes I'll try to engage you guys during speedruns to ask questions. I don't want to be like not asking questions. I have totally failed a few speedruns. It's rare, but I've had a speedrun where people are like, I'm so confused. I have no idea what's going on. And then I'll like stop the speedrun. I'll be like, okay, we lost that speedrun. It's game over. Let's reset the game here. So please interact while I'm doing a speedrun. I just might not respond to as many questions. I'll be more one-track mind on speedruns. But if everyone's saying I'm lost, I have no idea what's going on, I'll stop the speedrun. I won't complete a speedrun if I've lost it. Because if I'm not communicating it effectively and clearly, then what's the point? So I don't think I'll grow. Maybe I will, William. Maybe I will. So you want to full John Wick? Everyone was saying that. Everyone's like, John Wick. I've gotten called like Tom Cruise, John Wick, all those people. Thank you so much, Alyssa. This is the last note we need for this lecture. You ready? Let's get the last note done. Then I'm going to talk about a few more cool things. And then we're going to do one more lecture. And then after that, we'll have office hours and we'll complete a bunch of the homework. It'd probably only take us 30 minutes, 45 minutes in office hours to do all the homework that would be due tomorrow. Okay. We will get Jason back. We will get some Jason. And I've actually fixed it so I can talk to him now. So the last note here is the following. You ready? Have your pens out. Here we go. The last note is that we have populations and we have samples. What is a population? A population is every person or thing you want to understand. Does everyone have that down? The population, we already got people over 100 points, is every person or thing you want to understand. The population is every person or thing you want to understand. So, what is a sample? A sample is just a group of individuals or things that is used to make inferences about the population. I'm basically reading the slide, but it is. It's just, think about this. If you want to know, like let's say we were actually seeing each other. Like let's say we were actually in person. I said, I'm going to order everyone pizza. And I miss mini term. I love what we do here. But I order like food probably 5 times during mini terms for my students. So if at the end of class and I wanted to order pizza, and let's say people have left, I would take a poll of students and say, what toppings should we have tomorrow? And people would be like, oh, I want pepperoni, I want this. Now, I don't have everybody in class. If I spoke to everybody in class, that would be the population. But if I talk to maybe half the students, I've taken a sample. Now, what do I want? I like bacon and cheese. Oh, man, I haven't had pizza in so long. I've been so crazy quarantine. And I can't because I had surgery. So chicken and bacon and cheese. Oh, my gosh. I'd try that with pineapple, too. So what would we want our sample of students to be when they told us their pizza flavors? Pepperoni would be amazing, too. What would we want our sample of students to be if we're going to use this to make inferences about what we should order? We'd want it to be representative. Now imagine if you guys heard, okay, wait, Brian's going to have us order pizza. And then you knew this and you told everyone, hey, leave class. Like at the end. And then you had your 5 friends stay around. You're like, oh, everybody really loves, what was it? It used to be a meme, left beef pizza. If you remember left beef pizza, put 1 in the chat. So that's, what was it? No, was it right? What was it called? Right beef? No, wait. I'm totally bombing what the name of it was. Yeah, I think it was like left beef pizza. It was like an option on Domino's where you could just get like none with left beef, wasn't it? Someone remembers, help me out. Left beef, none pizza. That's it right there. People are saying in the chat, none pizza, left beef. That was so awesome. I never ordered one, but seeing that done was just made me happy. That's the kind of craziness I like right there. I like that kind of memeing. So jalapenos with ranch, that would be amazing. You got some spicy, you got some cool right there. So imagine if everybody told me want some none pizza with left beef. I'd be like, what in the world? I'd be like, okay, that's what the kids are into. Cause I'm totally a boomer. So I'd be like ordering these none pizza with left beef, and everyone would just be laughing at me and saying poggers in the chat. So I'd be like, what is going on right here? But once again, we want to understand the population, as in Brian wants to understand the pizzas his students want ordered. So I take a sample of my students, I poll my students. So a sample is not everybody. If I got everybody, it would be called a census. Now that's not on the screen, but it would be called a census, like the US Census is trying to get data on every single person. But if you get data on everybody, you've taken a census of the population. If you take a window into the population, you've taken a sample. So a sample is simply a smaller amount. If there was a sample that was representative of the class, would there have to be an equal ratio of, yes, Sarah, you're right. And that's the hardest part about taking samples. Great answer there, Sarah, amazing work. You would want it to be representative in all the characteristics. That's the goal. And that would be called a systematic sample. Jack, you're already understanding some stuff coming up here. Jack, by taking every 4th person from a random starting point, you'd be taking a systematic sample. If you were to create groups right there, you'd be doing what's called stratifying, Sarah, and stratification can help you take random samples. Now, obviously, these aren't on the screen, so you're not responsible for them yet. Oh, you got it, Sarah. You know what's going on. Have you heard of stratified sampling and systematic sampling and simple random samples? If you've heard of those, we will cover them again in the class. So you know what's happening. Amazing work there, Sarah. So great stuff. And you've heard of those. Yep, we'll be going over those again too. So if you see, there's a lot of overlapping topics because statistics is used throughout so many disciplines. It's how you understand data, and that's what we do. So one last thing right here. So this is so we finished this lecture. We have now done the first lecture, and we have enough time to do the second one, I think. So I want to point out something. If you want to ever help out the class, go down here. Oops, sorry. I'm going to lose my pro streamer. So go down here to any of the videos we have. And if you click like on a video, that really helps us out. Also, if you ever want to throw in a comment on these videos, I do reply to all comments. So one thing I've done, I want to mention a few things. I've monetized the channel. Like, what, Brian, you're trying to make money off of us? The videos that are monetized are kind of general purpose videos. These videos will not have ads on them. Lecture videos do not get ads on them, stuff like that. Project videos do not have ads. Some of the review videos do. So far, we've made $35. Now, and we've only been monetized for like 3 weeks, I think. But the goal of this is that I want to get you guys more tutoring and throw pizza parties. Now, I hate to say this, you're kind of helping out future students by clicking like, but every time you click like, every time you put a comment, you help our channel be, and I know that one right there. Don't worry, SpongeBob Man. I know who you are, so I'm going to add you because you emailed me. You got it. So if you email me and I'll know your name and I'll make sure to add you. That way people aren't like, who's this person? I'll make sure to add you right there. Thank you very much, Thomas. And so the ads you'll get, usually they're like Disney and stuff like that. So if you hit like on the videos, if you subscribe to the channel, man, I wish, because we're not in person, like by the end of May term, we might even have had enough. Usually I usually pay for the pizza parties, but I thought, why not try to get a little bit of money and try to, do tutoring and stuff for students, which we already do tutoring, but I want to kind of grow what we're doing. So live streaming pizza party. You know what? I wonder if they'd let me like order a pizza for someone. How could we do that? I wonder if I could. Maybe I'll talk to my like boss and be like, can I just like do a raffle and order someone a pizza? Streaming pizza party confirmed. We'll figure it out. Mail us a pizza. So once again, you saw people saying like the videos, subscribe to the channel, anything you want to do like that you'll be the guinea pig, Isaac, right there. We'll have to do it via randomness. We'll have to randomly select someone. So we'll do it via randomness. What's so cool is we can do it with code right here inside of R. So if you were to go over here, and if we had everybody numbered right now, this code right here should take a random number 1 through 50. So if you notice right here, I can highlight the code and I can just generate random numbers. So that's how easy it is to take a random sample. I could send 3 people pizzas and so do this. I want someone to tell me what part of this code I would change if I had 70 people in class right now. And if I wanted to take 3 random people got a pizza, like I look at the roster of names and 3 random people get pizzas out of the 70 people. What about this code would change right here? So I'm going to take the 3, I'm going to look through the whole roster of names. You got it. Yes, you know what's going on right there. Devin, amazing work. If you've never coded before, you're figuring out how to code right there. Because 1:70 is the vector of numbers it goes through. I bet who here has never coded, but you're like, okay, that makes sense. This is how many numbers it chooses, and this is the numbers it's choosing from. And you don't even need to put numbers right here. You could put names. You could put like Brian. Well, we need to concatenate it. That puts it into a vector. You notice I did it above 2. We could put Darren. We could put Emily. These are my siblings' names. I'm putting them in the chat now. And I'm going to send one person a pizza out of my siblings. One person gets a pizza. It's going to be Brian. That was random. I got the pizza. Pizza's mine. You're going to learn some art? That's awesome. And I'm more than happy to start learning. I'm having war flashes from art. No, Josh. But yeah, so never but makes sense. That's awesome. So you could also do it via other programs too. And I do teach coding classes. So if you're seeing how this works right here, you're kind of understand what's going on. We could make this easier. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be super nice to you guys today. I'm going to let you guys vote on something. So if you see this, now it does the same thing. So I stored this. I'll show you what happened if you're wondering. Yes, cool. This stores it in the global environment right here. It's over in the brain of R. So names exist over here as an object. If you notice it didn't exist, I'm just removing it. That's a dust pan. It cleans the global environment. So when I run this line of code right here, because I'm on the line, then it appears in the global environment. And then boom, do you just create an array? Yep, you got it, Isaac. That's exactly what I did. And then I can run this. I could also store this as sample. You see the left arrow right here stores it. I don't like doing this, but you could use an equal sign, and that'll do it too. The equal sign is the same, but I don't do that here. I like using left arrows. It's the way I like doing it, because you can use left arrow or right arrows. So you can go right arrow into like 5. So you could store the 5 into the right arrow. So now I can literally say 5 plus 5. And so 5 plus 5. But what is 6 plus 6? Why will 6 plus 6 not run? Because I didn't tell it what 6 is. But I don't have to do it that way. I can just do this. So, oh, that's a graphical error. Don't worry. It's because I changed this. I got mad about that. Don't worry about that. So, a lot of fun right there. You got it, Sarah. You know what's going on. If you know this, you actually know a good part of the first day of Business Analytics 320. So I love coding if you can't tell, but I tell you what, I'm going to let you guys vote on what we're going to do for the remainder of class. You guys get a vote. Here's option 1 is next lecture. So that's going to be called next. Or we're going to do homework quiz, and that's going to be HW. So be careful. I want you to see right here. Let me go into this. So here's your guys' vote on what we're going to do for the remainder of class. The number one group gets the winner. So we can either go to the next lecture, and we might not get through it all. That's why I don't want to say we won't do it. Now make sure to do the exclamation mark vote, because then it'll get registered. So make sure to do the exclamation mark vote. It looks like we might have a clear winner right here. Make sure it's exclamation mark vote, and you see people like Morgan and Aaron and Sophia. I think it's not even going to be close right here. I think we have a clear winner. It's looking pretty much like there's a winner on this. So I think we see which one's winning right here. Okay. Can we do homework 2? I bet we'll have more than enough time, Isaac. I bet we'll have more than enough time. You know what? That's going to be a great setting the stage for the material, and I have no problem with us doing the homework first and me kind of talking about some of the concepts. So since we have enough time, we're definitely going to do that. So I think, Isaac, we'll get to that. Isaac, your name is in one of the names of one of my favorite video games. You might know which game I'm talking about. That game, I sadly have more than 1,000 hours into it. I did 100% it. Didn't 300% because I have to complete all 3 files, but I'm not going to do that. If we don't go to the next lecture, will we go over next lecture? Oh, yes, definitely. We'll go through all. Yes, you know what I'm talking about right there. Great game. Such a good game. Play it way too much. I actually literally have gotten, I don't know, I haven't been finding a good video game lately, so I started playing it again, and I was like, this is actually fun, even though I've beat everything on it. And then they're going to still drop Ed McMillan. It's going to drop another update. Such a good game. I also like Enter the Gungeon. Was it Roguelites and Road Lights? For Isaac, oh yeah, I shouldn't. I got everything. Every character, everything. I have all the items. Is it you can't find all unless there's a glitched item? I'll look through my list. Well, thank you very much. I like kind of skill-based games like Geometry Wars. I like games like that. It's my taste of video games. I keep trying to do what I shouldn't do. Try to get into an MMORPG, and I should never get into an MMORPG again, because that's like the bane of my existence. Pokemon Dungeons, I'll have to check that out. Geometry Dash, I like that right there. Don't try MMORPGs. League of Legends, I should try. I've got a good PC. One of these days I might try some League of Legends. Final Fantasy 14, super addictive. I know. Maybe I'll do that one. I shouldn't. You go like, Brian, stop showing up to class. You'll like go onto my server and be like, Brian, it's time to teach. Fallout 3 I played a lot. Fallout 4 I played some. Probably got about halfway through Fallout 4, and then I kind of got bored. I mean, I don't know. It can happen. Animal Crossing. Yeah, I had a friend last night telling me, my Australian friend was like, these are 2 minutes of fun before we do Pearson. Animal Crossing. You got to watch out for MMORPGs, though. MMORPGs will just wreck your life. Like, I'm not Witcher 3, I played some Witcher 3. I've got Witcher 2. That was on, like, Games with Gold. But Witcher 3, Gerald. And then I've heard that the series was really good. I've heard some good stuff about the series. So, was it Henry Cavill played? And he's actually a gamer. He's not like a gamer like, oh, I'm a gamer. Like, I saw an interview with him, and he's pretty legit. Knew what he was talking about. So, not like fake gamer, but, I mean, so many different people are different types of gamers, and there's so many good games out there. Funny enough, you know what's crazy? When I was a kid, I'm getting my Pearson up, and while we're talking about this, we could do. I wonder if this will work. You guys tell me. While this is loading, let's see if this works. We should be listening to some Mario now. I think I'm allowed to play Mario on stream. You guys tell me if this is too loud or too quiet. It's my first time trying to play. Oh, you guys can't hear it. Okay, wait. Can you guys hear Mario on stream now? Do you guys hear the Mario music or not? I think I might have done it. Can't hear it? Oh, yeah, let's try this. Is Mario playing right now? Do we have some Mario on stream? Well, I didn't set that up properly. Too bad. Oh, wait. Okay, wait, let me try this. Oh, now it's playing. I hear it. Cool. We'll see if people are hearing it in a moment. I'm getting the mini term. Oh, we got 53 people enrolled. Are people hearing it now? It's me, Mario. Oh, I'll look into it. Let me look, because I set it up. This is last. Let me try. Let me look at my streams levels. Okay, let me hear. Ah! I've got my backup stuff. This is I was setting this up over break. Or, oh, I hear it. Okay, it's that channel. Oh, it's not showing up. Well. What did I say? I know what I think. Desktop audio. Okay, I think I know where it's at. Let's try one thing right here. This is our test. You ready? Let me go back to this. Cool, let's do that. Okay, let me play it again. Okay, you guys should hear it now. Play a little Zelda in the background. So, it's like Zelda over Mario. Get the stream in trouble. Cool. Okay. So it is working. It's only on this screen. I'll set it up on the other ones. But if you guys have some ideas on what to do, so just fun right there. Okay. I think I've got my Pearson up and going. So we had our fun. That's our little bit of break. If you guys can't tell, about every 40 minutes, I'm thinking of the Wii Music Store. I can't think of Animal Crossing. I actually played original Animal Crossing. About every 40 minutes, we take a small break where I just kind of go off topic. Just because our brain has to reset. We can't learn. We have to take a break every once in a while. So let's go and do the My Pearson. And let's hop in here to the assignments. So we're going to get everybody complete with homework 1. You ready? Let's do homework 1. Homework 1. Or do I have these on the test? Okay. I'll fix the due dates and stuff. Sorry. Homework 1 is about to be on the screen. We had our break. What did I do? I broke it. There it is. Cool. Okay, let me get my stream working again perfectly here. Okay, good. Okay, here we go. This one right here, I think Zach is right. I need your guys' help with this. You guys got to help me out. I've totally forgotten how to do all of this. Okay, a certain poll asked people if they're independent, Republican, Democrat, other. What is going on here? Is this categorical or quantitative? Is it like, are these numbers or are these groups? Are these numbers or are they groups? It doesn't have identifier because it's not. Categorical, you guys are right. This is categorical. Boom, we got it. One thing I want to point out, if you're taking the quiz with me right now, I want you to try this. I want you to hit enter when you put your answer in. So now we have the researchers measure how many minutes. So this is like how many minutes it takes. So it'd be a number. I'd be scared too, Isaac. So this is how many minutes. You see the way this is asked? How many minutes? It almost sounds like it's an amount. Like it almost sounds like it's a what? When you say how many minutes, it almost sounds like it's a... you might have slightly different questions. Yep. And one thing I want to point out here, you'll do a ton of these quizzes. You'll do a ton of these homeworks. So, yep, and it might be slightly different, Thomas. They are randomized a little bit. So, Thomas, if you have a question you're stuck on, feel free to put it in the chat, and I'll try to help out. So, very similar, very similar. Now, if you're taking the quiz right now or the homework, I want you to hit enter, and then I want you to hit enter again. I don't know why it didn't work there. Let's try it. I'm going to hit enter. There we go. And then I'm going to hit enter again. It's the quickest way rather than moving the mouse. So as soon as you put in an answer, hit enter on it if you think it's the right answer, and it'll do the selection of the answer, and it'll do it. Like, let's see right here. One thing I want to point out, you got to speed run it. You'll be doing a lot of these. The faster you do them, the better you get. So why move the mouse when you can just hit enter? You got it, Isaac. So one thing I want to point out right here is don't look at the answers. You'll learn a lot more. Yep, you can hit enter instead of final check, Gracie. Great comment right there. It'll do the final check for you. So when you're doing the homeworks, you can just hit enter and it'll do the check for you. So give that a try where you hit enter and then hit enter again, and it should go through the check right there. Enter instead of final check. Yep. It's way quicker than moving your mouse around on the keyboard. And I know it saves you maybe 2 seconds, but you're going to do a lot of these. So if you save 2 seconds and you do it 500 times, you saved 1,000 seconds. You've saved, what would that be? 16 and a half minutes. You saved a quarter of an hour. It's a quarter of an hour if you got back. I mean, the more seconds you save, seconds add up to hours. Time is essential. You got it. So do not look at the answers right here. A student's weekly food budget. So I want someone to tell me what their weekly food budget is. How much is your weekly food budget? I'm going to put mine in the chat. You don't have to if you don't want to, but I'd probably spend, I think right now I'm down to $70 a week. I've done a lot better. Thank you, quarantine. The one thing it's done for me. So broke ramen. I got some ramen. Favorite of ramen is probably beef. I actually like roast beef. That's the dark red one. I also like Oriental. That's good. Beef. The blue one I think is Oriental. And then what else? I don't like chicken ramen. I like chicken, but not chicken ramen. Tap water, beer, and ramen. $50. Seen a lot of budgets right here. Now notice, are these actually? I don't know why I don't like chicken ramen. I don't know what's wrong with me. That's like, but I love the beef ramen. That one's so good. It's like it's sadly an addiction. Like chicken. Yeah, I don't know why. 75 through 100. And so, is this quantitative or categorical? What do you guys think? Quantitative or categorical? What do we think here? Quantitative or categorical? Any ideas? You'll never have to fight over that story. Oh, you're right. I actually was able to get it. I was like, cool, they got beef ramen. It's like, awesome. It's quantitative. You guys know what's going on right here. It's quantitative. I hit enter. I hit enter again, and we're good, and we went to the next question. So quick, so easy. Now we got to be careful here. A recent newspaper article reported on Americans' eating habits. The article reported that only about 1/3 of Americans ate 2 or more servings of fruit a day, and only 26% ate 3 or more servings of fruit a day. Californians ate the most fruits, while Tennesseans, what you do in Tennessee? Sorry about that. Ate the most vegetables. Oh, cool, we eat the vegetables, but I'm not a big fan of vegetables. So the state that a respondent lived in is what variable? Oh, wow, this is we were doing this earlier. So it should be on my Pearson, or it should be on Canvas. So Camden, go to Canvas, make sure it's linked, and then you should see it. So I'm going to show that right here because we just finished the first. So it's categorical because it's the state, and we just got 100 on the first homework. So I think we might still have it up. Let me show Camden right here. Here I'm going to log into UTK if I'm not already logged in. I have a video going over this. It's one of the videos I sent out. And we just got a homework on the first. We did it. So you want to go to the Vital Bookshelf right there. And the Vital Bookshelf is how you will do it. So did anyone else get hundreds on it? And please review the video I have if you're wondering how to get it all linked. As you can tell, that assignment wasn't too bad. Like I told you, that's we'll try to do as many of them as we can. 100 right there, Erica. Amazing work. I think it saves it automatically. So I think it should be saved, and everyone just got 100 on the first homework, just like that. Do you guys want to do the first quiz? I think you can go here. Oh wait, that's randomness quiz. You don't want to do that one. You don't want to do that. That's nope. I think you can go here and do this. Don't do the randomness quiz. We're not on that yet. Start the test. I won't do it via this screen because it's so small, but I think you can do it via these screens right here. But I want to do it on a much bigger screen where you guys can kind of see what's happening. So let me go back. And we will go over to here and let's get the quiz going on. Let's get the first quiz done today. And thank you everyone who's been staying here this whole time. I know we've almost gone the full 3 hours, but if you can't tell, we cover all the material. We try to cover as many assignments as we can. I can't promise we will do every assignment. I'm going to try and we'll get them done in office hours if not. So we will get all the assignments done as much as possible. And I truly mean that. I will try to stream as much as possible. I'll try to get everything done. And this is the first quiz now. Let's see how everyone's doing in chat. Sometimes when I'm moving things around, you're welcome, SpongeBob and Elizabeth right there. So, do we still have it? Where is it? 2 seconds. Just SpongeBob will know. It's all about your math. That's right there. Someone asked, they were like, can we do more cool things? I'm going to try and make more cool things. We've got other things. I don't want to ruin them all yet. But I make those in After Effects, so I need to make more. So I need to up that one probably. I couldn't get it. I like how it fades to black. That was not on purpose. It was the alpha level behind it, and for some reason the alpha level showed up. And so that's awesome right there. I need from Rick and Morty like, my man. So yes. No, the guy says yes, and the other guy says my man. So guys can't tell I'm a big fan of Rick and Morty. We got other openings and stuff. So be to class at the start because there's other openings that we'll have at the start. Okay. Next quiz. You guys ready? Here we go. Next quiz time. A student's weekly food budget. We already did this one. My man. Coleman, you get it right there. Oh, wait. Coleman. Oh no, I might have logged me out. Okay, maybe I'm not logged in chat. This is a weekly students' food weekly budget is categorical. So let's check the answer. Oh, wait. Oh my gosh, what is going on with me? Oh my gosh, we just did that one. I did that. I didn't do it on purpose. I made a mistake. I really did make a mistake right here. A student's weekly food budget is quantitative. Jared knows. Yes. A student's weekly food budget is quantitative. It's so easy to make a mistake on these. Obviously, you guys know I know it. Don't worry, I'll make a mistake every once in a while. It happens, but try not to let that happen to you. So if you made this mistake, I probably wouldn't give the points back. I'd be like, it's the first quiz. You got it. You can do it. You guys won't be able to check. I'm able to check because I've got the instructor access. So you guys are unfortunately not able to check this, but I am able to check my answer. It does show I'm human. It does happen. We just did this question. I think you guys know I know because we were asking each other our weekly food balance. Oh yeah, and it can happen. There's so few questions on this one. Watch me get it too. Well, look at this. We can look at these right here. This is no change, worse, better, don't know, and no response. So with these right here, do these look like quantitative responses someone is giving or categories? Do these look like quantitatives or categories? Do these look like quantitatives or categories? What do they look like? Categorical, you got it. That's categorical right there. And I wonder if I can check. I actually have to hit check answer because I've got the instructor access to it. So that's categories because it puts things into groups. We've got right here a pharmaceutical company conducts an experiment where someone takes 75 milligrams of a substance orally. The researcher measures how many minutes it takes. So the key thing I see right here is how many minutes. How many minutes? So how many minutes is going to be what? How many minutes? It took 10 minutes for someone, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. You guys got it. It's quantitative. You know what's happening. That is quantitative. I think we get into some, oh, no, we're good. A coffee shop next to a university, food budget, quantitative, repeat questions, because there's not too many to pick from for this. The state a student responded in is categorical, and look at that. We've just done it. I'm being so educated. I love it. That's awesome. If you can't tell, this is all about just this right here. I can only get that one version of it. Did anyone get 100 on their quiz? Did anyone do the quiz and get 100 on their quiz so far? Who's got 100 on the first homework and the first quiz? Like, how are we doing? I want to log into my Pearson tonight and see, like, all these hundreds. It's so awesome. And just think about this. You're doing part of your test right now. Just think about this. You're already, like, way ahead in the class. Just keep it up. Keep this momentum that you're like, okay, every day. Thank you, Matthew, right there. Like, I want you to be like, okay, every day when I'm coming to class, I'm getting hundreds. I'm going to be ahead on my quizzes. And so if I'm, doing this, I've got backup. It doesn't mean you're going to ace the test. Now, I want you to ace the test. But remember, if you're getting like 50s, I have a question that asks about an outgoing pet and a quiet pet. That does sound like categorical. Hannah, great question right there, because it doesn't say like how old is your pet or how heavy is your pet. It's like, what type of pet is it? So you would say these are the outgoing pets, these are the quiet pets, and that's a category of pets. You're welcome there, Camden. You guys are awesome. I know, Gracie, it really helps. And like when you guys are working on it, it helps to just like think about these things and work on them. And a lot of students have been very, very successful. If you're taking notes during class, if you're watching class live, like all these people who have these points, I hope by the time you get to 1,000 points, because man, people are going to be at 1,000 points like by end of next week, maybe, that you still come to class live. I should have set the bar higher, but I didn't want to set it too high. But you guys are already doing so amazing. Just think about this, like, think about how on track you are right now. That's what's important. You guys got this. For those who were afraid, you guys said you were afraid of mini term. I have a question that asks about a good time versus a bad time to purchase a car. That would be categorical. And thank you for tagging me, Brooke, right there. It makes it so easy to see that you have a specific question. And so you guys are on track right there. Look at all these points. So can we go back to our quizzes and review them for exams? You definitely can. You should be able to. Tell me if you can't. You should be able to. I oftentimes see it from the instructor side. So I say, like, I think these things. I just, like, that's the thing about statistics is we can be like 99% confident. Well, thank you so much, Coleman, right there. You guys are awesome. So one of my nicknames was the Beast. It's because Beast Stevens and stuff like that. When I ran cross country, they called me Beast. So when it was before, what's his name? He's still Beast too. He went, oh, and you say you go Beast mode. So I would say, I'll go, like, this is in the 90s. I'll have my brother come on here and he'll be like, yep, Brian would talk about going Beast mode. Is it easier to access homework and quizzes through Canvas? I'd say it's easier, but it's nicer that it goes full screen. I like the full screen, but if you want the ease of it, I would do it through Canvas. So the Beast, there you guys. So yeah, they call me like Beast from the East or the Southeast because I went up north and I was running cross country. Got my Vol for Life shirt on right now. I'm about to go off screen, but VFL Vol for Life, NFL logo of sorts. No copyright infringement. So so, uh, you guys are cracking me up in chat. Okay, so let's do the next. So let's do the next one. You guys want to do homework number 2 and start learning? Oh, PR, it was 1725, I think. I never went sub 17, but 1725. And I think I only went sub 18 twice. My coach said I would go sub 17 my senior year. But my senior year I went 1725. And I think I went sub 5 mile one time. No, I think it was 502. I say I went sub 5, but then I'm like, remember, I think I went 502. Never went sub 5 mile. Well, wait a minute. We did the run where you have to like everyone runs in line, then you have to get ahead of each other. And so we'll do homework number 2 here. We did that run, and when we got to our coach was like 457, 458, and I was like, I just ran a sub 5 mile. But I don't know how accurate his mile was. And I think we did that at Tanglewood Park in North Carolina. Mount Tabor is where I went. Mount Tabor High School. That's good. We're getting homework number 2 up and going. Those are 1.5 minutes of fun right there. Like I said, sometimes between lectures, we do a little 1.5 minutes of fun. Just a little, you guys can ask some random questions, of course. I'll talk about cross country right there. Yeah, man. So, yeah, see. What is if, North Carolina, yep. That's where I went. Who asked me my PR? Skylar, what was your PR right there? Barefoot runs. Oof, I'm not doing a barefoot run. What was your PR? If you had a PR, feel free. Don't worry. We had some people, like, good high school PRs are like 15 something. Or like, I mean, 16 is amazing. I mean, I didn't run a 16. Oh, yeah. Well, it all depends. Mount Tabor, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Mount Tabor. And we were really good. We were like number 2 or number 3. No, I don't run anymore. Like, when I was in high school, I was 162. I also wrestled, so that's a good way to know your weight. I think it was 162 weight group. And now I weigh like close to like 190-ish. And it's like, man, it hurts your hips. So yeah, 1734, nice. Yeah, and if you probably, who knows, maybe the one track I ran on was short. But man, when I ran that 1725, I was like, and I think it was 1725. It was amazing. When I finished it, I think I got a medal. I got like 18th or something, and they gave me a medal. And because like the top 3 got like plaques in that race. And there was a kid, this is my last thing on this. I say a kid because he was like 12 years old and he was already sponsored by like Foot Locker. I want to go back and look at it, but there was a kid sponsored by Foot Locker and he was like he ran like a 1650 at like 12. Whatever he ran was ridiculous. And I remember he passed me or something at the beginning. He was just a little kid, I was like, what in the world is going on right here? 5K and running sub 18 if that counts. Wow, that's amazing. So yeah, no, I should start running again. I don't know what those are. So okay, so here we go. You guys ready for the next chapter? This is learning by doing. We will go through the notes for this. So here we go. We're getting back on track now. We've had our fun. It's time to learn, and here we go. So this is what is called a stem and leaf plot. A stem and leaf plot is, you ready? Have your notes out. A stem and leaf plot is a univariate, meaning one variable, quantitative, meaning that the data is actual real numbers, display of data. So this is a univariate, meaning it only shows one variable, display of quantitative data, meaning the data inside of here is quantitative. Now I'm going to do something really crazy with this. I'm going to go right here with it, and we're going to turn it on its side. And then we're going to do this. We're going to bring it up. I should be able to. Where's my flip button right here? Rotate. And there we go right here. Now, it's going to be a little hard to see, but this is the 7s. It is very hard to see. Let's flip it. It's going to be in reverse order, but I think that's easier to see. Maybe we'll just put it straight this way. We'll do that for now. Okay, I'll show you. I do it with the other example, but this one's a little hard to see. Okay, I want you to be able to read the numbers. This works. Okay. Now, these numbers over here do not represent actual observations. These are the observations. This is the stem over here, and this is the leaf. Now, all stem and leaves and univariate quantitative display of data. So this is displaying the home runs I think Mark McGwire hit over his different seasons. Now, I want somebody to tell me how many home runs Mark McGwire might have hit in a certain season, and I'm going to circle that one when someone tells me it. The left side are basically groups. Like this right here is where the teens would be. This right here are the numbers that are in the 20s. These are in the 30s. Think of them like bins. Like this is a group right here. So someone said 73, and this is the 73 right here. Now, if I were to put a 7 right here, that means in a certain season, he hit how many home runs. If there was a 7 right there, and it might help to realize that sometimes they put commas between these because each of these are observations right here. That might help you understand that each of these are individual observations. So yes, if there was a 7 right there, that represents 77. And you'll oftentimes see with a stem and leaf that they'll have a key down here. And the key will say something like 7-7 equals 77. And maybe we shouldn't use 7-7 because you might say, which 7 is it? So let's remove this 7 off here because it's not actually in this. Let's put in here 7-3. That's a horrible 3. It's the worst 3 I've drawn yet. And that equals 73. So I'm a little bit blocking it right now. Let me zoom out just a little bit right there. Sorry about blocking it for the moment. But if you notice, the key right there says 7-3 equals 73. So if I were to highlight a number right here, I want someone to tell me how many home runs that represents. How many home runs does that 9 there represent? How many home runs does that 9? You got it. That's 59. Why are there 2 3s right here? Can anyone explain to me contextually why there are 2 3s? Remember, these are the seasons and the amount of home runs. Yep, it would still be the same, still work the same way. I'm basically kind of teaching the lecture right now. You'll hear this more next time. It was repeated. People are basically right. There we go. Skylar, amazing answer. Skylar is perfect answer right there. And great job, everyone. Don't worry. Here, if you ever say something wrong in chat, that means you're following along. And then when you see the right answer, you're like, that's why. I get it now. I get what's going on. He hit 33 home runs in 2 different seasons. So this is like we look at a season and we say, okay, he hit 33 home runs in this season and he hit 33 home runs in this season. So these are 2 separate observations. How many different seasons did Mark McGwire play baseball? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 seasons. So there were 14 different seasons right here. What was his worst season in baseball? In his worst season in baseball, how many home runs did he hit in his worst season? Let's see who knows right here. And great job in the chat. You guys are doing amazing. Cole, amazing job right there. And everyone else, and Kyle and Natalie and Tristan. So, and Devin and Gracie. Thank you so much. You guys are doing such a great job. So, and Thomas and Sophia and Coleman and Erica and Jose, everyone, great job. Remember, check your points at the end because everyone's doing amazing job. So, and I will say this, like you guys, I don't mean this lightly and I don't try to tell you things that are not true, but we're doing this new point system because we just got this all kind of worked out. And so far you guys have been, all my classes are interactive. You saw Zach come in here, but you guys have been the most interactive. And I'm going to look at how your grades are because one, mini-term grades are usually high. If you're following along, you're doing the work. It's just a quick 3-week course. And if you do all the work, grades are usually pretty high. But if everyone got an A, it would be so awesome. You like the point system a lot? I like it too. And yes, for 1, since there's not an answer for the leaf, would it be 0? Well, so that's a great question right there. Gracie, amazing question. What does this mean? We need Space Pen to the rescue right here. We'll bring in Space Pen. So here's Space Pen. What does this mean right here that this is empty? What does this mean right here? What does that mean? Right there. I'm so glad to hear that, Sarah. I know, and short classes are easier. No seasons where home runs were finished with 10 through 19. You got it. Exactly. He didn't have a season with any home runs that had this amount. Now be careful. What would a 0 represent here? Like, what if we had all of this right here? Like, what if that was there? What if there are 3 zeros? Yeah, I think, you know what's interesting, Joseph? I think they kind of played with the data here and randomized the numbers. I've never liked that about this question because I think even Julio was like, wait, this isn't accurate. And I was like, oops. And that's when I realized that every time they do it, they randomize it. 10 home runs for 3 seasons. Yep, there were 3 seasons where there were 10 home runs. Does everyone understand what's going on with this? If you understand this really well, you've just learned what a stem and leaf is. So a stem and leaf, all of these right here are the observations. All these numbers right here. This is basically just a number line. This is a number line, and we could do the same thing. So this is like a zooming out on the world right here. We could do the same thing where we draw it like this. And this is a histogram. And the only difference between a stem and leaf and a histogram is that the stem and leaf basically shows you the numbers. Now, if you had a lot of data, the stem and leaf might be a bad idea. So the stem and leaf is basically a histogram where you can see the numbers inside of it. Now, the numbers would be on the number line down here. So does that make sense? That the stem and leaf up top is like a histogram where you can see the numbers. You'll see this more in the notes next time. We're just kind of laying the groundwork. So what kind of variables? This is a key thing for us to know. You ready? A stem and leaf, I used to be able to reach further over. A stem and leaf and a histogram display what kind of data? I want to see it in the chat, and then we'll answer all these questions for the thing. They display univariate quantitative data. The stem and leaf shows you the numbers. The histogram just shows you kind of the shape of it. We'll talk more about this next time, especially. But that is a stem and leaf and a histogram, and they display univariate quantitative data, which means one variable. I'm glad it kind of showing you some new stuff. It looks like you've heard of this per Isaac, and then we're showing some new things in here. Okay, so these get a little bit tricky sometimes. My Pearson has tricked me on these, but I want you to look at these words. Unimodal, bimodal. Now, modal means how many kind of peaks there are to the mountain. So when we talk about modality, which we'll go more in depth next time, I'm going to do a quick version here. If you were to look at a mountain range, and if you were to see a mountain range like this right here, how many mountain peaks does this range have? I want to see in the chat. If you're following along, type in the chat how many peaks in that mountain range. It would have one peak. You got it. This has one peak. Now be careful, because someone might see a mountain range like this right here. And imagine if your friend were to climb this mountain right here. Would you say your friend really climbed a big mountain? I'd still say this data that I drew right there is mostly unimodal, because you wouldn't be like, you'd be like, that's not the peak of the mountain. You'd be like, it's really one peak to the mountain. So these both right here, both graphics I drew are unimodal. Don't get tricked by a little tiny peak. That's not a very impressive mountain peak. So both of these are basically unimodal. Now you have bimodality, and that's very strong bimodality. You might not see it that strong, and by strong I mean how far away the peaks are. I just made it even stronger. You sometimes see bimodality like this. That's good evidence of bimodality. So, and great question right there, Camden. That's the next thing I'll show you right here. So does everyone see this is bimodal right here? There's two mountains. So both, that's my New York accent right there, both. So someone say like water, things like that. But this is even stronger. The stronger the bimodality is, the further the peaks are apart. There's even like trimodal, or multimodal, but you see we're just changing the prefix before the word from uni, one, bi, two, and so all this stuff right here. I think somehow some Canadians' accents might have gotten into me. I think bagel is also Canadian when I say that. So bimodal, two peaks. You know what's going on, Nikki. Amazing work. This is two peaks. Now, the question in the chat was, how do we know what uniform is? I want people to break down the words uniform and tell me what it means. That the graphics should be what? Uniform. Break down what uniform means. Uniform means. What does uniform mean? Hannah, you are right. That's what it should mean. One form. Of one form, you are right. And this is uniform. So that is what uniform looks like. Uniform looks like a bread box. The flatter it is, the more consistent. One height, one form, you know what's going on. Break down the word. Unimodal, one modal area. So when we say unimodal, we're talking about one modal area. When we say bimodal, we're talking about two modal areas. And it can be stronger or weaker bimodal, but same throughout. Uniform is one form. It's completely flat throughout. Now, don't be tricked. Like, you don't always see it this perfect. You oftentimes will see a uniform distribution look something like this. That's pretty uniform. That's more real-world uniform right there. You don't usually get this perfect. You don't want to say, oh, this is multimodal. That's a mode, that's a mode, that's a mode, that's mode, that's mode, that's mode, that's mode. No, that's not how we do it. That distribution is probably a pretty good uniform distribution. It's pretty consistent throughout. I would say that's very, very uniform. So don't think that that's multimodal. This is more real-world uniform, And this right here is more kind of theoretical, the actual what we mean by uniform. So these are kind of your ideal examples of them, but in practice, you don't see these perfect examples. So let's look at ours right here. Now, be careful. Do you think our example, we've got this little bump right here. We got this little bump right here. Now, do you think this is flat? Like, is this mostly flat, or does it mostly have one bump, or does it have two bumps? Is this a second mountain right here? Would you be impressed if your friend climbed this mountain range? Is this bimodal? I've got bimodal selected. Maybe I selected the right one. So is the modality of the stem and leaf plot based on the numbers on the right? It's based on basically the mountain ranges, like the modal areas. We'd call them modal areas, and people are getting it right. It is unimodal. So the modality of it is basically how many peaks there are to the mountain. So mode means most often, and modal means like an area of concentration of numbers. There's one strong concentration. This is more of an outlier right there. We got that right. If it said wrong, I'd be like, what? Like, no, I got that right. So the skewness of this. Take a deep breath on this one. Now, this is an outlier. Let's ignore what the outlier is. Does the peak have to be the same number for it to be bimodal? It has to be like a concentrated area, Thomas. Great question, Thomas. We'd want to see like a second peak right here. Like maybe he had a bunch of bad seasons. And it doesn't have to be the exact same number, but you could see it over like an area. Like he could have an area that rises back up here. So if it were to go back up, we'd have like a second peak. Like if it were to be here and then go back up, I'd say there's a second peak over here too. Always try to think of it as mountain ranges, and I'll always try to be as easy as possible on the test. If I ask like a unimodal, bimodal, or uniform question, we try to go more towards the obvious answers, not the less iffy ones. Now, here's the big thing. Okay, be careful. You ready? We're going to learn what skewness is. We are teaching part of the lecture, and we'll definitely do this whole homework before class ends. Okay, so what is skewness? I want you to say this in the chat. Say this in chat, be getting your talking points. We've got right to the high, left to the low, whatever way the tail goes. Right to the high, left to the low, whatever way the tail goes. You hear the rhyme of it. Right to the high, that's not a rhyme. Left to the low, whatever way the tail goes. Right to the high, left to the low, whatever way the tail goes. You know what's going on right there. Ben's got it. And so be careful. There's an important part of this that people often forget. And it's right to the high, left to the low. Because on a number line, you're talking 1 through 100. And this is where people get tricked. It doesn't have to be 1 through 100, but a number line would go like low numbers to high numbers. So I think where people make mistakes on this, and they remember right to the high, left to the low, is they take the previous graphic, and we've got it right over here. So let's erase everything. And they remember right to the high, left to the low, whatever way the tail goes. I'm going to erase this all up. Eventually, we'll get it all erased. Oh, is that the cursor? It is. I can't erase that. Okay, so now we grab this, and we do this. This is the mistake. The mistake is the number line is in reverse. So I got tricked and got, no, don't worry. Don't worry, you can redo it. Watch me get tricked too. Now, I know this is very hard to read, but the number line now goes from 0 to 7. If you notice the number line here going from 0 to 7, it's going from low to high. And now if you look, what way is the tail going? Where's the real tail of this? The tail of this is going to the high or to the low? Is it right to the high or left to the low right now? Where's the tail going? Right to the high. You got it. It's going to the high side. That's why I say right to the high, left to the low, whatever way the tail goes. And so we can easily remember that this is right skew. Please be right skew today. Final check. It is right skew. There's a few tricky ones on this, but there's a way in jump to know which way it is definitely skewed. But I don't want to show you that. Well, because there is one My Pearson question that I hate it. I'll explain very, very briefly. In jump, there is a metric called skewness, and it'll literally tell you the positive or negative skew to this. Now, this should have right skew, which is positive, and you see it has positive skew, which is right skew. So you can actually get a numeric measure, and so positive is right skew and negative is left skew. And do you see which way the tail is going here? Do you see the tail going to the right? So I knew it would be positive skew. Be careful. You might be on a different one, Whitley. If you want to send me a picture of it. Oh, Master, so good to see you right here. Thank you so much. I love seeing you guys. We've had a few visitors today, and you're so welcome to swing by, say hey, and ask questions. So good. I got the first question correct, but it gave me a 1 out of 6. Email me, Thomas. Email me if there's issues. Email me and we'll fix it. So you guys got it. Remember, you get 5 attempts at these. If you think something weird happened, email me and say, Brian, why did I get this wrong? Here comes another quick question. Did anyone email me and I emailed them back pretty quickly, like within an hour? I can't promise I'll always do that, but did anyone email me and I emailed you back very quickly? Did anyone email me and I emailed you back pretty quickly? We got some yeses in the chat. And your questions might be different. So you got it. 3 minutes. That's the record right there. So please email me. Of course, when I'm teaching, if I'm in office hours, within minutes, you got it. So I try to email back as fast as possible. I, of course, sleep. I eat. I teach. So if I'm not emailing, I might be doing something, but I try to check my email all the time. It's a little bit insane. But please email me whenever you're stuck. The center, one of these questions is asking for the upper quartile range. And when I do it in the program, it says it's wrong. Especially if you did it via Python, tell me and I'll fix it. And let me make sure. Is this a few My Pearson quests asked if you were. Don't forget to save the annotated notes. You got it. We will do that. So let's go right here. This is in the 30s and 40s. It's obvious the center of the distribution is there. And we're going to try to do this whole quiz right here. The number of home runs ranged from 6. You don't need Python for this, at least. So they range from 6 to 73. And how do I know that? Because the lower number down here is 06, and that represents 06 represents 6. And then the upper number up here is 7-3, which represents 73. So let's check the answer right there. We got it. Let's continue on. Oh, is it another part? Oh my gosh. What unusual feature? He got 6 home runs. I think that's it. I think that's the unusual feature. Please be all right. Good. We got it. Okay. So we've got the dot plot right here. You ready? So how do we know which dot plot this is? Now, if you want, you can do this inside of Jump. So you will get a graph in Jump that's a histogram. I'm going to show it inside of Jump right here, but then I'm going to show it inside of just doing it here. So let's go to copy to clipboard, go right here and be asking questions if you have them. I am watching the chat. I'm going to show you 2 ways to solve this. I've just pasted it into Jump with Control V. I'm going to show that very slowly for the video that you can review. We go to File, New, Data Table. File, New, Data Table. And then in the New Data Table, I go to Edit. I'm going to paste without column names. I'm going to paste without column names. I was saying it, almost clicked the wrong one. And so now the data is inside of here. I'm going to go to Analyze, Distribution, and go to Histogram. And it looks like this. It's a little bit right skewed, and it has a peak right there. It has a lower peak and a little bit right skew. So now that I know the shape of it, I'm going to go back to the assignment, and it looks like it's this one right here. It looks like it's going to be answer B, because it was a little bit right skew. So how would we know this if we didn't have Jump? Well, let's look. How many 4s are there up here? Who can tell me how many 4s there are? We're so near the end of class. We will complete this, and then we'll do office hours afterwards. So stay till the very, very end. Thank you so much. Great job on the points. I know it is easy. Do you have it? Zoan? Oh, man. Yeah. Zoloon? If you have it, there's 1. So if you notice, we've narrowed down the answers to it has to be this one or it has to be this one. Now, how many zeros are there? There are 1, 2 zeros, so it has to be this one. We know that that has to be right because there were 2 zeros and then there was 1 4. So I kind of narrowed it down. So you can narrow it down without Jump. I highly suggest that. What is the distribution shape? Does this have a peak to the mountain? Is there a peak to this mountain, or is it flat, or is there 2 peaks? What do you guys think? Unimodal, bimodal, or uniform? What do you guys think? Unimodal, bimodal, or uniform? Unimodal, you got it. It is uniform. Nice job. I'm going to go a little bit. Wait. Oh my gosh. Literally say I'm going to go faster, and everyone's saying unimodal in the chat. Hey, slow down. It is skewed to the right. Here, wait. I'm going to reset the question. We didn't see that happen. That didn't happen. Ooh, this is a tough one now. So since we're saying it's skewed, and I'll explain the answer to this one, and the median, which we can, let's see here. What is the median? The median is going to be 1.5. That makes sense because 1 and 2. Okay, so let me explain why it's that. The spread of the data goes from 0 to 4, and I want to repeat this question because there is something very important in this question. Check answer, describing unusual features. There's no unusual features. Okay. Let me go back to this question and redo it again real quick. Okay. So with this question right here, I want to point to some major stuff. in this question, you're first identifying the shape of the distribution. I see 4, 4, 4, 4, a lot of fours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fours. So it has to be this one, does it? Yeah, it has to be this one. So that's 5 fours, and then there should be 2 5s. Good, and there's 2 1s, so it has to be that one. And this is also unimodal still because it has one peak. Yep, you can keep attempting it. The homework you can do infinite attempts on. You can hit the similar question. I'm going to move myself out of the way here real quick. I was going to move my contact out of my eye. You can hit the similar question button that'll appear at the bottom right there, and you can redo the homework question at any time. So you can redo the homework question. And this will be unimodal, not uniform. This wrong answer right here is mostly uniform. Going a little bit quicker, I know, at the end. And then this distribution, is this left to the low or right to the high skew? Is this tail pulled to the low or is the tail going to the high? Is this left to the low or right to the high? Which way is it? Left to the low or right to the high? Remember, if you're learning this right now, you are learning tomorrow's lecture and getting way ahead. Is this one left to the low or right to the high? Might have lost everybody. Left to the low. Nice job, Isaac. You got it. So this is skewed to the left. You got it. And then we ask, here's the one where people get tricked. So you ready? We're going to teach one more part of tomorrow's lecture. You will be seeing this again, and you'll be able to follow along really well tomorrow. So I'm going to basically put this out there right now as just something you need to know. So you're ready? Here we go. We have two primary ways of talking about the shape of a distribution. We either say a distribution is skewed or normal. Or I guess you could say normal or not normal. Now, when it comes to these two shapes, there are two things we'll measure. We'll measure the center and we'll measure the spread of it. Now, many of you might have already gotten the right answers for these, but the thing is why is the answer the median? Because we said the distribution was skewed. So we said the distribution was skewed, and since the distribution is skewed, the center will be the median. If the distribution was normal, what would the center of the distribution be? Hint, it's the average of all the observations. If the distribution was normal, then what would the center of it be? Does anyone have any ideas? The mean, Devin, you're right. And then the spread would be the standard deviation. And up here, it would be the IQR. This right here is a super important chart that you need to have in your notes. If not now, at least tomorrow, we will go over this. So when a distribution is skewed, the center is the median, and the spread is the IQR. So take a look. Since I know that this distribution is skewed, the answer must be the median. And we'll talk more about what is the median tomorrow. It's the middle value of the numbers when you put them on a number line. So when we go back to this question, we just said that the data is what? Symmetric would be more normal. We just said that it's skewed. And since we said that it is skewed, the center of the data must be one of which choices? Since it's skewed, the center must be one of the median choices. And I don't know why I paused for more than a moment on it, because the median is the middle number, but if there is no middle number, you average them together. And so it seems like there is no middle number in 3 and 4. Now they'd need to be put in order, which we can actually see. Let's go to copy to clipboard. Let's bring them over and actually view the median being calculated. It'd be easier if I put them on a number line. So we're going to put these right here. I'm going to cough for a second. Then we're going to go and sort these in ascending, doesn't matter. And then the median is right here. Since there are 14 numbers, the median is between the 7th and 8th number. If you notice, there's 6 numbers above here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 6 numbers below here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so the middle is the average of these two numbers. Does that make sense? The median, if there is no middle number, it's the average of the two numbers. And there is no middle number because you've got 7 high numbers and 7 low numbers, and it's the average of the two. So it has to be 3.5. 3.2 couldn't exist because you're averaging together two whole numbers. So we know it's 3.5. So that is how the median is calculated, and the center is the median. I want to make sure I don't go too quickly and pick a wrong answer again. The number line goes from 1 to 5. Very easy to see right there. And last but not least, there's no unusual features. Those are things like outliers and gaps. Outliers are unusual features. And we got that right there. How many points do football teams score in championship games? Now, this is where I'm going to cross my fingers, and I might get very mad at this question. So this question right here is best done, I believe, in the TI calculator. This question right here, I think, is best done in the TI calculator. Please, if you get this question wrong and you did it in Jump or you did it in another program, please tell me and I will correct it for you. Because if I get this question wrong, it's because Jump and it just calculated it a different way. I'm worried about my quartiles here. So let's see. I'm going to do it a few ways right here and see what Jump says and see what my Pearson says. So I'm going to copy the data into Jump, but does anyone have a TI calculator on them right now? Does anyone have the TI calculator, the TI-84 on them right now? Does anyone have a TI? Good, Kate. We're going to do yours in the TI calculator right now, and this is a big help, and there's a lot you can do with the TI calculator right here. So if you have your TI calculator on you right now, I'm going to pull up the video and show you how to do this in the TI calculator. So let me go get that video real quick. And so, and once again, this is one of the videos. I might see an ad before it, so it might take a second. Let me turn down my system noises, and let's go here and go to, I can't think, stat 201. What am I thinking? It's, oh my gosh. Oh, 5 number summary. There we go. And do I see the video? Yes, I found the video. Doesn't have an ad. Cool. That's fine. Okay. So here we are with the 5 number summary. So you should be seeing the video along with me right now. I think I have the volume turned down. Good. And what you'll notice here is you're going to go to your calculator and you're going to go to stat. I must be talking, explaining the numbers. You're going to go to stat and then you're going to go to edit. So let's full screen this. You're going to go to stat and you're going to go to edit. So does everyone see this right now? Stat and then edit. Under edit, you're going to enter in all the numbers under list 1. So go ahead and start entering in your numbers under list 1. Just to review again, that was going to stat. So you click the stat button, and then you'll go to edit, and then you'll start putting in all the numbers under list number 1. So everyone, you should be on this part right here, where you can always rewind and pause and see what's going on. So you're going to go to stat edit, enter in all the numbers. Next, good job, Coleman, you're on track. Next, you're going to go here and go to stat and then calc. You're just going to go back to stat. You'll hit stat again. So we click stat again. Then you'll go over to calc and you'll go to 1 vars stats. Under 1 vars stats, I believe it's set up pretty well to have everything shown for you. And you'll just go to 1 vars stats. It takes from list 1. So once you go right here, you'll just click enter because it automatically uses list 1 by default. Or do you have to enter second list 1? Oh, you do? I haven't done this in a while. You do have to do list 1. I don't know if it does list 1 by default, but you do have to click second list 1. Make sure you add that list 1 after it. I clicked second, I think I did. I made this video so long ago, and I don't use the TI calculator every day. So I went up there. Get away. Oh, no. Where did I click it? There it is. Second one. There we go. So that'll enter in list 1 after it. You'll hit enter. Eventually, I'll hit enter on the screen, and you will get all the summary statistics. And I believe these work perfectly. Now, scroll down, and you'll see the 5 number summary. That took me so long to realize you could scroll down. It reports all of this stuff right here. So you see like the Q1, the median, the Q3. Is everyone doing fine? Did you guys get that information right there? I'm going to do it a separate way, which is fine to do in Jump. And then I'm going to hope Jump works because sometimes Jump gives a slightly different answer. You got it. Nice job. Amazing work. If your numbers are a little bit off, just tell me and I'll fix it. If it's like my Pearson's like, no, that's wrong, then I'll fix it. Because I bet it's going to tell me I'm wrong. And I'll be like, no, I'm right. I know I'm right. So once again, I'm going to do the same thing where I open this up. I'm going to go to edit paste, and we paste it in our data. And so I might be able to solve this by myself because I think I know the way they want it solved. This is the min and this is the max. And since there's 11 numbers, there's a middle number right here. Now I'm guessing that it's going to divide these into 2 data sets, and it's going to choose these right here. And is 66 going to be? 66 and 36. We'll see what it says. Let me try this. Because, cool. Huh. There might be an even easier way to solve this one. Let's see what it says. So you got it? Will we go over this more tomorrow? You bet. You bet. Thank you for everyone pointing that out to my attention. We will definitely go over this. This is us learning by doing. So this is new material we haven't covered with the notes yet, and we always go through those notes. We always go through the notes. So great question right there. So let's see right here. And let's go to Analyze Distribution. And you're welcome, Brooke. Always glad to answer those questions. And so it's saying quartile 3, quartile 1. It is reporting the numbers I thought. Does everyone see how I highlighted these numbers? I just want to point this out right here. The numbers I'm highlighting are, well, I didn't highlight 75, but I highlighted 66, 45, 36, and these are the quartiles. Like this is the bottom quarter, this is the second quarter, this is the third quarter, and this is the top quarter of the data. So I divided the data into 1, 2, 3, 4 parts based on the percentiles in the data. And so let's see if my Pearson likes this. 27, 36, 45, 66. That's a weird pattern. Let's just try to do it. So the median for this data set is, 45. It should like that. It does, of course, like that. The lower and upper quartiles, this is where I get worried. I'm going to put 36 and 66. Please work. Oh, it liked it. Yay. Well, it does like, is this the one it gets mad at? This is the same type of question. Okay, let's copy to clipboard. Let's do it. One of these it gets mad at, and I've always had problems with the jump version of it, I think. Okay, so I got the data in here, and there's 5 numbers now. Now, if you're doing the median by hand, I'm going to sort these again, and I want someone to tell me what the median is of this data. Now, it didn't ask me the median, but if you're following along right now, who here can tell me the median? Remember, you're still getting points by talking and following along. Who here can tell me the median of this data set? Since there's 10 numbers, who can tell me the median? I'll be back in 2 seconds. You guys did an amazing job right there. The median, well, and so median and average are 2 different things. It did ask me for the average. The average would be adding up all of these numbers and dividing by 10. So if we added up all these numbers and divided by 10, we would get the average, and we can do it pretty quickly and jump right here. And you can see the median is 825 and the average is 870. So the mean is called the average, and the median might be the center of the data. Now this data is skewed, so I would use the median. Although it asked me for the mean, this data is heavily skewed. And no, the average between the, oh, you're right, Isaac. Thank you so much. Isaac, you're totally right. You're right. It's the average of 800 and 850. Thank you so much. Yes, because there's not a middle number right here. With 10 numbers, you'd have 5 on either side. There is no middle number. So then we have to take the average of the 2. Isaac, you're 100% right. Totally right. Sorry about that. Feel free to correct me. Sometimes I read things the wrong way, but you were 100% right there. It did ask for the mean. I was asking about the median, but the mean is 870. And this, once again, can be found by OneVAR stats. Now, this is the one where I think it's going to get angry at me. It says the median. The median is the average of the 2 middle numbers. You guys told me 825. That's it right there. Now, Q1. Q1 represents where we've gone through 25% of the data. This is where it gets tricky. Yep, this stream will be saved later to watch. Definitely. It will be saved for later. So they're either going to want, and I just want to like investigate this, because if I want to know what Q1 is, which is the first quartile of the data, I can just go right here, and jump says it's 700, which it actually looks to be. That's where it is. So that looks right. And then Q3, see, jump says it's 1037.5, but I'm wondering if my Pearson will say it's 1,000. So let's see. Let's see what my Pearson says, and then I'll see how to solve this. Okay, so the Q1, I don't think we're going to have problems with this one because we got repeat numbers. Q1 was 700. That one I don't think it's going to have a problem with. And then the Q3, I think, and once again, if I was just doing this on my own, that's Q3 right there. But since my Pearson is okay for us to find the state in the calculator, yeah, this one I think works really well in the calculator. I just think that jump uses a slightly different algorithm for Q1 and Q3 because there is debate on the formulas and which ones to use, even in the statistical community. So that's why we don't really teach you formulas for these. These are office hours now. We are in office hours now. We kind of finished off class by doing assignments, and then we hopped into later ones. You could do it by hand. It's just much easier on the calculator. What standard deviation and IQR? Amazing question. I think we'll be doing that in 1 second here, Ben. Amazing question. I'll be teaching you guys that in just 1 second. So stay here. You're learning the next stuff. You will be ahead in class tomorrow. Tomorrow will be a review, and you do have to hear things like 2 or 3 times to get it down. So let's see. Okay, I need to know. Do you guys think I should put in 1,000 or 1037.5? And then I'll explain what these numbers mean right here. Do you guys think I should put in 1,000 or 1037.5? I think I know which one I want to put in. Now, if you do it in the TI calculator, I think your answers are always right. I think it's going to be 1,000. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because let me explain what's going on right here. And let's look at this. Let's talk about what these values mean. So calculating these things by hand is not important. We don't focus on calculating things by hand in this class. We focus on what do they mean. So you're going to get a mini lecture for tomorrow. So get ready to know this. You don't have to take notes on it now if you don't want, but you will take notes on this tomorrow. Yep. Oh, TI calculator said you're wrong. Isaac just sent me that and I'll correct it. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. I knew one of these has been a problem for a while. Yeah, tell me if it's wrong, Isaac, and I'll fix it. So sorry about that. This has just been one of those problematic questions on the assignment. It does be like that. How many quarters are in a dollar? How many quarters are in a dollar? Yeah, do that right there. Send me that Python code too. How many quarters are in a dollar? There are 4 quarters in a dollar. Now, I want you to notice something right here. If I were to go to my 4 quarters in a dollar and put 5 lines between them, and if I were to talk about the money right now, I want us to think what we would call the lowest value. Like if we talk about this going from 0 to 100, what would be the lowest value called? What would the lowest value be called on this? It'd be called the min. You're right. This would be called the min. What would the highest value be called on this? What would the highest value be called? I bet someone's going to say it. I'll put it in here for right now. The highest value would be called the the highest value would be called the max. You got it. How about the number that is in the middle of all of them? How about the number that is in the middle? What would we call the number in the middle of everything? What would we call the number in the middle? The median. Now, this is where people usually get stumped, but I want to give you some hints. Considering that these are all quarters, looks like a 75. There we go. Considering that these are all quarters, I want someone to tell me how many quarters do you have when you're at that point? How many quarters do you have at that point? How many quarters do you have at that point? At 25 cents, how many quarters do you have? 1 quarter. So guess what we're going to call this? We're going to call this Q1. Another name for the median is actually Q2. We don't usually call it that. You might hear it called that somewhere. I don't like calling it Q2. It's the median, but it's 2 quarters of the data. And then what do you think we will call this one right here? I want to see what you think we will call this. Not how many quarters we have, but I want to see what you think we will call that. What do you think we will call the 75th percentile of the data? Q3, you got it, Gracie. You're right on track. Amazing work. Great job. You guys are getting so many points. You're doing amazing. I should have made it like 2,000 points, but we're not doing that. 1,000 points. And by the time you get that 1,000 points, you should be like, I'm on track. I'm acing this class, hopefully. So you know that this is Q3. So what do these things represent? Would you rather have your grade be in Q1 or Q3 for the test? Would you rather your grade be at Q1 or Q3 for the test? Would you rather your grade be at Q1 or Q3? You got it, Q3. So you'd rather be, thank you, Hannah, right there, helping Olivia out. You are awesome. I love it when you guys help each other out in the chat. And you'd rather be in the 75th percentile for the class rather than the 25th. Does that make sense? Like when you get your ACT scores back and they say you're in the 90th percentile, you'd actually be in the top quarter. You'd be somewhere over here. The 90th percentile is not the maximum. The maximum is the 100th percentile. And actually, I think they say you can only get to the 99th percentile, but that is the highest they put on this test usually. And so it should just say you're the 100th percentile. You're the top person. Because only one person gets that, so they're the only one who knows. And so this would be someone who's in the 90th percentile, so they're in the top quarter of the data. They're above Q3. Now, what would it mean? Think about this. Where would you want your baby weight to be? Like if you had a baby, where would you want the baby weight to be? Where would you want the baby weight to be? Would you want it to be the min, the max? What would you want the baby weight to be? What sounds like a good baby weight? Great job, Morgan. Wow. The median, somewhere around the median, somewhere in this area. How about, and how much money have I circled right there? How much money has Brian circled? How much money is in my circle right there? How much money is there? 50 cents. And I want you guys to think, these are kind of the, let's call it the interquarters. These are kind of the interquarters. They're the ones that are on the inside. Does that make sense? Like the other ones are the outer ones. Like these are the outer quarters, and the other ones are the interquarters. I mean, then what if we were to do something like, we say baby weights range from, let's say 4.2, no, it's way too small for the lower 25%. 6.2 to, I'm not an expert in this topic, 9.0. So as everyone see, we've got the lower 25% of babies have a weight below 6.2. The upper 25% of babies have a weight above 9.0 pounds. Does that make sense? Does everyone understand what's going on with this data, what it means? Does everyone understand the context of it? That this is a quantitative measurement of the weight of a baby, and the lowest 25% of babies have weights below 6.2 pounds when they're born, and the highest 25% of babies have weights above 9.0 when they're born. And I'll even make this easier for one moment here, because this will make our lives a little bit easier if I change this to 6.0. So everyone, do you guys see what's going on? Does this make sense that the lowest 25% of babies would have a weight below 6.0 pounds, and the upper 25% of babies, like the higher 25%? Good. Like seeing those yeses in the chat. Thank you so much. So now I want you to tell me the range of these numbers. What is the range of 6.0 to 9.0? What is the range of those numbers? What is the range of those numbers? What is the range of those numbers? What is the range? 3. Emily, you just figured out the IQR. Emily now knows how to find that this is an IQR equal to 3. Because what does the IQR stand for? It stands for the interquartiles range. The range, that's all right, Isaac. It stands for the range of the interquartiles. Their range. How far are they apart? Like, imagine if I said to you, what is the range of weights for babies when weights for babies go from, we have very premature babies at like 2.1 pounds. It's very, 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 very premature. Oh, no, that's totally all right. And then we have very, very heavy babies at like 15.1 pounds. So these are very, very premature to very, very heavy babies. We're talking about like the lightest baby born and the heaviest baby born. You were born, wow, Hannah, that's so crazy. Well, I mean, like, wow, that's very light. But yeah, no, it's. I had a student one time, and it was so interesting. He was like 6'6". He was taller than me. He was so tall, and he said he was born like 2 or 3 months premature or something like that. And I was like, whoa, and everyone in class is like, wow. So it's very interesting. So Hannah, we didn't do the lightest. Oh my gosh, that is. I thought I was going for the lightest. But let's go down here to 1.1. If someone says they're born at 1.1 pounds, I'll be like, no way. What would be the range of the distribution, the IQR of the range from the min to the max? Okay, so what you have right here, this is the range. Does everyone understand that the range is the lowest number to the highest number? The range would be the formula, and I can get out of the way here just a little bit. The range is the formula max minus min. The IQR is the formula Q3 minus Q1. Now, I want you to look at these formulas for a second. All these formulas are big number minus small number. And if you were to make a mistake, it would just be negative. All a range is how far are two numbers apart. Does that make sense? What is the range of these numbers? Like, how far are these numbers apart? So when you see 1.1 and 15.1, they're 14 apart. It's just their difference. Does that make sense there, Gracie, and everyone watching right now? Does the formula right here, which I think a lot of people have a hard time remembering, Q1 minus Q3, it's just how far apart are these two numbers right here. So the IQR is the range of the middle 50%. If you're looking for a really good definition of the IQR is the range of the middle 50%. And you guys literally just got the whole lecture on this. It's hard to like high minus low equals range. You got it. And if we're doing the range of the whole data set, it's the max minus min. If we're doing the range of the middle 50%, it's just the Q3, which is the bigger number, minus the Q3 minus Q1 minus Q3 minus Q1. Big number minus small number. Great job. You guys are doing excellently. Thank you for staying. You're learning above and beyond. And if anyone left, it's all right. We've covered a lot today. We're going to keep going. I'm going to try to go to at least one today, but we're going to cover this whole assignment. You guys will understand it really in depth. The range of these numbers, I can obtain this from my jump output. It's just the biggest number minus the smallest number. So it's 625 or 650. I can go right here to custom summary statistics. I can go in and put in the range. Where's my range? So I go ahead and click OK, 650. So 650 is the range. You're welcome, Jack, of course. No, if people are staying, I stay as long as I can till I get too hungry. I can always grab food, I guess, if I want. The IQR. Okay, now I need someone to tell me the IQR of this data set with the numbers I have in my Pearson. What are the IQRs? What is the IQR of this data set? What is the IQR? What do we do to get the IQR? 300. Gracie, you're doing an amazing job. All Gracie did right here, and Emily too, is they took 1,000 minus 700. I don't even do the formula. I look at it and I say, oh, these two numbers have a difference of 300, and then we're good. Because it doesn't matter which way you subtract them. Hannah, amazing job. Thank you for putting the formula in the chat. That helps so many people. We're done with that. Wait. We just did the second homework. We're done. If you who has gotten 100 on their second homework already? Has anyone gotten 100 on their second homework while we've been working on this? And please email me if something is slightly off. Like if you're like, Brian, I feel like I got this. You got 100. Man, you guys are awesome. You guys want to do quiz number 2? If you are, I will say this. If you want to be super on track, stay here. We'll do quiz 2. Yeah, standard deviation. We'll do that, and then we'll do quiz 2. Ben, thank you so much. So stay here and do quiz number 2 with us, and then we will we'll talk about standard deviation. We'll do quiz 2. So if you want to leave, you can obviously leave, but stay here and do quiz 2. If you get that done, you are way ahead of schedule. You are like, you always want to be like ahead of classes. You'll be way ahead. Standard deviation. Okay. So Ben asked an amazing question. This is kind of off hours right now. I'll probably try to go to like 2. That's what I'll try to go to. But if everyone leaves, then I'll be like, okay, we're done. Hey. So we try to go till 2. So 5 hours of classes. And then this is all recorded so people can go back. And Isaac, when you see what we can do with chapters, you'll be able to see in the video when I'm talking about stuff. So I will add chapters to these videos. Like you'll hover over it and it'll say like lecture. It'll say like introduction to class. And you can skip through to different parts because the timestamps now allow for chapters. So it'll be really cool. So I'll show you in the video. You'll get to see it next time. Like I'll point it out to people at the start of class, hopefully, if my ADD mind remembers. Welcome to ADD. Man, I should have made the points higher. You guys are doing so amazing. So keep it up. But I'm so proud of you guys. Like, I love seeing all the points. And so now let's talk about standard deviation. Amazing question, Ben. So when do we use standard deviation? Standard deviation is used when we also use this. I want to see it in chat. Standard deviation is used when we use this. Standard deviation is when we use this. We will also use standard deviation. I've got a little bit color-coded for you up there. Standard deviation and this go together. Like if you're talking standard deviation for spread, you'd also need to use this for something else, mean. So be careful when it is normally distributed. So when it is normal and when we use the mean. So sorry, I've already got this highlighted. Let's erase that. And if you notice when you go across here, standard deviation is a measure of spread and mean is a measure of center for normal data. So this is the type of distribution we're doing. So what is standard deviation? Standard deviation is a measure of spread for normally distributed data. Now, standard deviation is a huge topic. I'm going to cover it for about 2 or 3 minutes right now, but there's a whole chapter that basically covers it. So when we talk about standard deviation, I want you to think about football players versus baseball players. So we only get to think about sports these days. So when you talk about home runs in baseball, I want you to kind of think about how many home runs would, let's say, power hitters. A power hitter who is, I think, in position number 4, how many home runs would you expect a power hitter for a team to get in a season? How many home runs would you expect a power hitter to get? Like on average, not like an amazing one or not like a horrible one. Well, let's just go for an average power hitter. How many home runs would you expect them to get? Any ideas in the chat? Let's see. And we're talking about like the mean, maybe. We'll say it's normally distributed. 40 or so. Let's do 40. So now I'm going to draw this out right here. And I'm going to put on this 40 at the center. And then you got people up here, like the Mark McGuires at like 70 or something. Then you got people down here doing horrible. And if you notice, the data has a certain spread to it. Does that make sense? Now let's talk about running backs like Arian Foster, who I wish we could interview. I really want to get Arian Foster on here for an interview. I think you guys would love it if we had Arian Foster. I mean, I'd love it. So I'm not even a fan of sports, and I think it'd be cool to interview Arian Foster. So he did go to UT. That's why I want to interview him. And he is pretty educated on a lot of topics. I think that's why it'd be so cool, because he's kind of a renaissance man of topics and all that good stuff. So I'd talk to him about sports and analytics and maybe UT and all that good stuff. So that's my dream right there. If you know Arian Foster, be like, hey, I think he's doing like music stuff and all that good stuff right now. So yeah, be like, hey, come talk to stats. We'd love it. So, and we got maybe some other interviews lined up, fun stuff. But let's think about running backs. You ready? Arian Foster was a running back, had some really awesome seasons. So let's not maybe say an Arian Foster season, which I think was like 1,300 yards. What would be a good amount of yards for a running back? What is a good amount of yards for a running back? What is a good amount of yards? Does anyone have any idea what a good amount of yards for a running back would be? What would be a good amount of yards for a running back? Not like pro ball, not like 1,200. Okay, I'll take it. I'll take your word for it. So is that? Oh shoot, I said good. Let's go for average. It might not be 1,000. I said good, so I kind of went to the right a little bit. So let's go with 1,000. I like the answer right there, Jack. I'm gonna go with 1,000 just because I said good and I meant like average. I meant to say like what was the average. Now I want you to think about like a bad running back now. A bad running back might get something like 400. Let's say they play the whole season at 100. Ooh, it's very bad. I hate that it does that. It sometimes zooms out on me or it goes up. So 100 and maybe I'm gonna change this here. I want it to be slightly symmetric. And then we'll put this here to 1,500. Okay, cool. So 1,000 plus. Yeah, that'd probably be like maybe 700's average and then 1,000. Now, I want you to notice the difference between these distributions. There's two key differences. What differences do you notice about these distributions? One of the differences is very obvious. What difference is very obvious right there? They have different whats. What is the difference right there between these distributions? They have different, starts with a C, or starts with an M. Definitely, they have different they're different quantities. I'll take that in different quantiles too. They have different centers. Does that make sense? Like the center of the distribution is different. Like imagine if someone tried to say, well, like, oh, 40 yards is good for a running back. Be like, no, that's good for home runs, or that's like what we expect for home runs from a power hitter. But they have different centers. Does that make sense? But then think, going back to the topic everyone wants to talk about, what is going on here? What is going on here? What do you think this measures right here? Now that's the range, but it's also another way to measure the what of the data. Range is also another way to measure the what of the data. What am I doing? Brian's taking his hands and doing well with them. He's something them out. Spread, you got it, exactly. So this is the spread of the data. So standard deviation, which we'll talk more about later, is a complex topic that means how much things deviate standardly by the mean. So it's standard deviation from the mean. So when we talk about what a standard deviation is, a standard deviation here might be about 10. Now the bottom one, I don't think I made the math so perfect. And if you notice, these both have the same shape. But what does standard deviation do? It tells us how spread out the data is. Does that make sense? Now, think about this. If Brian said everybody aced the class and the grades were pretty much all A's, like let's say Brian says everybody aced the class, that would mean the center would be in the whats for the class. The center of the grades would probably be in the whats. Brian said everybody aced mini-term. Everybody aced it. The center for the grades would be where? The center for the grades would be where? Where would the center of the grades be? Like 95 or something. I like that. That's the center. Now think, since everybody aced the class, would the spread be very large or very small? Since everybody aced the class, would the spread be very large or very small? Would we want a small or large standard deviation? Small, you're right. If the standard deviation was something like 1, it would look something like this. And usually on the normal curve, how many standard deviations do I go up and down? And actually, you know what? I can show you something even better than this. Give me 2 seconds. On the normal curve, how many standard deviations do you see me going up and down? On the normal curve, how many standard deviations do you see me going up and down? And it's kind of shown to you on the screen now. We've covered a huge major topic right now. I like to do something where I show you guys future things, and you're way ahead of the schedule if you're learning these things with me right now. If you notice, this will draw it out for me. So we've got a lot of technology we can use to help us out, and I could have even done the... this is the NFL one that I just drew out. And then here is the other one. It went up to 1,400, so that'll be 700 divided by... So it's something like that. Do the decimal. There we go. Oh, and I didn't make it symmetric. But this would be like the NFL one with receiving yards. If you notice the standard deviation right here, it goes up 3 standard deviation, which encompasses most of the data. This is chapter 5. We'll start doing this, I think, on Friday. I don't want to give exact dates for this, but you'll hear more about this, and we'll go through it slowly. We'll go through everything slowly. But what do I want you to know? Standard deviation is a measure of spread for data. Watch here as I change this back to grades, where students made an 80 with a standard deviation of 5. But if there were to be more variation, what happens to the grades? They're spread out more. Does everyone notice as I increase the standard deviation, grades increase their range? And when I decrease the standard deviation, it's a smaller range of grades. So all you're doing with standard deviation is making your curve wider or smaller. Smaller standard deviation, wider standard deviation, smaller, wider. It doesn't visually change up there, but the number line changes. But it's just making it smaller with smaller standard deviations and wider. So basically, standard deviation tells you how far the numbers are away from the group average. Yeah, that's basically it. Because it's like, how much do things deviate from the mean on average? So think about this. Your friend says that they will show up at 5 and they have a very small standard deviation on their time. Like maybe they're off by usually about a minute. Like their standard deviation is 1 minute. Is that a consistent friend? Like your friend says, I'll show up at 5 and my standard deviation is 1 minute on 5. So you could literally put in here like 5 p.m. And yeah, that friend is very consistent. Like they're going to be plus or minus probably 1 or 2 minutes because usually, yeah. What if your friend says they'll show up at 5, but their standard deviation is like 2 hours? So that friend is going to show up somewhere between 1 and 9 p.m. I'll talk more about why I'm going out 2 standard deviations. It's just that covers most of the data. What is my sigma notation? I'll draw it right here. Sigma, because that is true standard deviation. So in notation, standard deviation is S for sample. And this is sample standard deviation. And sigma is that right there, and that's population. More on that next time. You guys, we have done... I'll remember, use that a lot in research. Yeah. So you'll see sigma right there. It looks like an O with a circle on it, just like that. And there's a difference between the two right there. So amazing work, amazing stuff, amazing questions. I know we've covered a lot. Like if your brain might be thinking, oh my gosh, this is so much. But don't worry. If you were to know all this right now, you'd be way, way ahead of the class. Because we've already covered like tomorrow's lecture pretty much. I'd say we've covered like 60%. Oh, that's so awesome, Isaac. I'm so glad. Like, if you guys can't tell, I love this too. It's fun. I like the streaming part of it, and we're good. I think we're going to do the quiz, right? Let's do the quiz. It is a lot of info. I am very ADD. And then you'll see the video will be more organized. And when the video is more organized, you'll be able to click through. It shouldn't feel like a math class. It's like a concepts class. You don't have to worry about, we use math. I'd hate for someone to be like, you said it's not a math class, and then we're doing math. I'm like, well, we have to. We have to do math. We have to solve it somehow. But we don't have to solve it by hand. Who wants to solve work by hand? You can use your calculator. That's fine. And then you can use technology. I'm cool with that. So, clicking wrong buttons. Okay. So do you teach more advanced statistics? You bet. We teach. So I will say this, Isaac, if you are interested, I teach Business Analytics 320 in first session. So if you can take Business Analytics 320 regression and you want to learn more about coding in R, I'll show you things in this class. But if you want to do that, you can, and I teach 320. Yeah, and so you can take 320 next first summer session. I'll be teaching that too. It'll be like this. We'll have fun. I love it. So if you can take that, if you're allowed to take it and you want to take it, hop on in. Join Business Analytics 320 Summer Session 1. Glad to have you. It is important to know how spread out or tightly clustered data is. Which of these is not a measure of spread? Hint, hint, hint. One of these is a measure of center. All facts So which of these is a measure of center right here? Which of these is a measure of center? So that's where we really know the topic when we're like, okay, one of these is a measure of center. The other three are a measure of spread. You're right, Emily. The mean is a measure of center. If you were taking notes earlier, which you didn't have to, you'll remember on this note sheet. Did I lose that note sheet? I guess I did. Well, that's a bummer. I must have deleted it. We wrote down that the mean is a measure of center, and standard deviation, IQR, and range are all measures of spread. So don't worry. It's just practice. We're just getting it down. Mean is a measure of center, so it's not a measure of spread. The histogram on the right shows neck sizes, which are quantitative. And then look at this. Wait, remember this trick about 3 standard deviations? The mean is about at 15, and the standard deviation is about at 1. Does everyone see, if I were to go here, let's do the following. Let's see if we put in 15 and 1. So let's go back to David M. Lane. And remember, we're doing tomorrow's lecture. 15 and 1. Does the distribution here, does this distribution look slightly like that one? I'd say kind of. Not perfect, but kind of. So is the mean closer to 14, 15, or 16? 15. It's right there. So the mean is closest to 15. Good. Is the standard deviation 1, 3, or 5? What's a relative frequency? It just has the percentages. So the only difference between this right here is over here on the left, you just see percentages. Instead of the number, it would be a percentage out of like a total. Great question there, Ben. So it would be a percentage. Does that make sense? Like it'd be 0 to 100%, not the number. So a histogram shows the frequency and then relative frequencies out of 100%. So great question there, Ben, and we'll definitely go more into that. Great. Yep. Awesome. So if you see a percentage over here, then it's a relative frequency, like relative to a percentage. If you see just number, that's a frequency because frequency means how often, which is the number of observations. So the standard deviation is 1. If you are confused why I think it's 1, it's because we usually go out 1, 2, 3 standard deviations. If you say, wait a minute, Brian, you only went out 2 up here. Well, let's go to David M. Lane. Why are you being mean to me? I'm trying to teach you. I'm trying to be nice. So we go right here and we put in 3, and that goes way too far out. That's way too spread out. And we put in 5, and that's ridiculous. So the only one that makes it look partially like this is to use a mean of 15 as standard deviation of 1. And then we get a very, if you look at this picture, keep it in your mind up there. If we look at that picture, we get a very similar picture to this. It's not perfect, but it's pretty darn close. And is that it? Cool. We're done with that question. I like that. Okay. Now we get another one. This one's tricky. This one's tricky. So I want somebody in chat right now. We're going to pause here. And whenever I pause, if you're watching the video, pause. I want you to try to figure these things out. I want you to write down all the salaries here. And I might do this one inside of R real quick to show you how fun it is in R. We'll see if R gets the right answers. I want you to write down all the salaries. Who can write down all the salaries? Who can write down all the salaries? You'll help me out if you write down all the salaries. Who can write down all the salaries? I wonder how many people we have watching right now. Should put that counter on the screen. What are all the salaries? Be careful. There's a trick that catches people all the time in this question. There is a trick in this one. Write down all the salaries. Every salary that every person has at this place. What are all the salaries? I might give it away in a moment. If you're watching the video, be paused here and be like, what? Wait, Brian, there's only 4 salaries. Well, there's 4 like different amounts of salaries. There's not 4 salaries, though. That's the trick. So I'm going to see if someone puts it in the chat because that'll help me out because I'll probably copy-paste it. If they put comments between them, it'd be super awesome. I'll show you the power of R. Or power of Python. We need some Python. So let's see. I might have to answer it. Looks like I'm going to have to do it. So these salaries right here, it actually might be easier in Jump because I can display the Jump window on the screen as I enter them. So let's go to Jump. Let's open a new window. Let's minimize this one, and let's bring the Jump window right here. Cool. So I actually keep it on screen and talk about it, which is going to be easier for people to see what's going on. There's a supervisor who makes $12.50. There's an inventory manager who makes $8.30. And then there's 6 busboys who don't make $4.20. I think that's all 6 of them. Be careful. That's 6 of them. If I enter something wrong, I will get it incorrectly. And then there are 4 drivers. Last one made $50. Let's give them a raise. So if you notice right here in this data set, these are all the observations. Double check your work. Make sure you get it correct. This can be entered into the TI calculator. Please email me if you're stuck on these or having problems getting the work done. Please email me. Let's go here and input it into analyze distribution. Slow down the video if you want. I'll show it again. Analyze distribution. That's where you click. And then we click here. We double click this. We click OK. Then I like to stack these. You can see the manager over there in his own space, making $12.50 an hour, $1,250 an hour maybe. And so we now have all the data. Now I'm going to see if this gives me the right answers in jump. It should. The mean is just the average of all the values. You should know that. Make sure to kind of interpret these things with your mind as we go through. Be like, the mean is the average of all the observations. So that's 550. The median is the middle value. We could confirm this by putting them in order, but we've already done that a lot. It's 460. How many employees earn more than the mean wage? So we have to look at the mean wage. Well, I had it on the screen. The mean wage is 550, and there's only 2 employees that earn more than that. What is the best measure of the center? Okay, I need you guys' help. I need your help. Does this distribution look skewed or normal? Does that distribution look skewed? And if it is skewed, tell me which way. Does that look skewed or normal? Because if it's skewed or normal, then I'll know which way to... And do I still have my notes? Where did my notes go? Such a bummer. Nice job right there. Good job, Jose. Well, I don't know where the notes went. It is definitely skewed. So if you notice this right here, how do I know it's skewed? Well, this one is still skewed, but a little bit more symmetric. It's still skewed. These are still skewed. Is this the same data? There's another data set I highlighted. But this one has even more extreme skew. If you notice the tail to it, I always like to kind of draw on these things just to show you what's going on. So I take a picture of it, and then I bring it over to here, and we just do a quick drawing on it. So skewed to the right. Nice job right there, Emily. Amazing work. Right to the high, left to the low, whatever way the tail goes. And you got some outliers up here. So you got these two, did check instantaneously. So right to the high, left to the low, whatever way the tail goes, and that is definitely skewed to the right with high outliers. So that's definitely right skew. Now, since it's skewed, what is the best measure of center? Nice job right there. Yay, Shady's here. Since it is skewed, what is the best measure of center? Does anyone remember what is the best measure of center since it's skewed? So you have to be able to draw this out. We'll do right here. We'll do skewed and normal. So for anyone watching, this is going to be the median. I think I did in green last time, right? IQR. It's going to be there we go. There we go. Nice job. You got it. And so Ben, amazing work. And great job. Man, 200 points already. I put it way too low. You guys have been following along all class, just getting points. Like the more you interact. Oh, I kind of did, Isaac. I'll mention that here in 1 second. So we did it without telling you it. So it's in the notes, but watch this. So do you notice right here that since it's skewed, the center will be this and the spread will be this? And Isaac, the 5-number summary, guess what the 5-number summary is? The 5-number summary are the following. There it is right there. There is the 5-number summary right there. You accidentally started it. Yep. Yep. And I call Q2 the median. That is technically also Q2. So it's literally the 0th percentile, the 25th, the 50th percent. Yes, awesome. So you know what's going on right there, and you guys are doing amazing. And we'll see if people get quiz 2 done, which would be awesome. We're gonna go over it in lecture format tomorrow. So tomorrow during lecture, we'll go over it in lecture format. I'll actually go through the notes. So a lot of times I'm kind of, jumping around a little bit here. When we do the notes, it's a lot more structured. So you get 2 different types of lectures. Man, you guys are doing so amazing. Like, I didn't know you guys would be this awesome. But I was like, man, they're going to be the most awesome class ever. Every class keeps getting more awesome. I just keep trying to, up the goals, and then you guys keep meeting me, and you guys are doing amazing. Just keep coming to class. Keep doing the work. Don't be like, day 1, I'm going to do all the work, and then day 2, you're like, well, I did all the work on day 1. I'm good. I'm ahead. So now I can just take the whole weekend off. Like on Friday, you're like, well, I'll just take Friday off. I don't want to watch live. I'll just watch it on the weekend. And then, the weekend hits. You're like, well, I want to go out. I want to do this or that. Just watch it. Friday morning, watch it. You're done. You got the whole weekend after that. So this is good. What's the best measure of center? It's skewed, so the median is the best. So the mean is not good because, yeah, the high salaries, the outliers. Which would be the best measure of spread? It would be the IQR. So the IQR, the standard deviation, and the range are both affected by the two higher salaries. We got 100. Whew, hold my breath right there. Hold my breath. So remember, why does Brian know it's median and IQR? Once again, go back to your drawing. If we have skewed data, it's going to be median and IQR. Love people checking their points here. So we'll finish up this quiz right here. And then I'll take all your guys' questions. Nice job, Siberian, right there. We did this one before, so this one we can do really quickly because it's already on the homework. If you're like, Brian, I need some major help on this. No one's stuck on it, seems. But I did this one in the homework. So let's show right here. We just look at how many 5s there are. There's 1 5. So that one has 1 5, and this one has 1 5. Then I look right here, and I see there's a bunch of 1s. There's only 2 1s. 1 and 1. And there's 1 5. So it has to be this one. Because this one right here has 1 5, but it has way too many 1s. You just look right here. There's 4 1s in this, but that's not right. There's 2 1s and there's 2 1s. So I think people kind of get that. This distribution right here has 1 mode. It has 1 modal area with the data. So that's unimodal. It is skewed to the right, right to the high, left to the low. The tail goes this way, skewed to the right. So it's skewed to the right. The center of the data, since it is skewed, let's show our cheat sheet again. The center of the data is going to be the median because it is skewed. So it's the median is the center. I want to show you how I'm using this just to make this very clear that I say that this is skewed. Whoops, I want to go to the highlighter. Since this is skewed, I want to use the median for center. So the proper measure of spread would be IQR if I wanted to talk about the spread, which it might ask me in a moment here. So let's hop back into here. And the median is 2.5 because it would be the average of 3 and 2. We did this one earlier. Double check the video if you want to see. I'm just going to continue on. And then 1 to 5 is the range. You can kind of see it in the data. It goes from 1 to 5, which is a range of 4. Even though it's 1 to 5, which I know sounds like 5 numbers, you take 5 minus 1 is 4. It didn't ask for the range, but we can compute it. There are no unusual features because there's no outliers. We check our answers. We got a 100. We made no mistakes. We're doing excellently. And last but not least, the last one right here is a stem and leaf plot. So let's slow it down a little bit here and get this last question done and take some more questions. A survey of 12 gas stations provided the following information on regular gasoline, and we're actually cheaper than this right now in America. Make a stem and leaf plot. Now, this is tricky. It's tricky stuff. So if you notice, what they're going to do is they're going to round it. So be careful. 2.029 would round to what? If we round 2.029 to 1 decimal, what would that round to? Who's following along in the chat can tell me what 2.029 rounds to? What would 2.029 round to? So, are they annotating it? Let me double check. Oh, they're not rounding it. They're not rounding it. Sorry, I made a mistake. Don't round it. Whoops, Brian made a mistake. What they're going to do is they're going to cut off the decimals. Yep. Okay. Look down here at the key. Sorry, I about made a mistake. Rewind the tape. Do you notice 2.03 represents numbers between 2.03 and 2.039? So 2.029 would be represented by what? 2.029 would be represented by 2.0 what? 2.0 what? What would it be? 2.0 what? And all you're going to do is chop off that 9. I'll be right back, everybody. Be right back. I am back. We'll finish up this assignment, then email me questions. So, does everyone see right here? Because I think I've lost everybody too. Does everybody see here that the 2.02, you would chop off the last decimal right here, and it'd be 2.02. And that's what that represents. But I don't see a 2.00, and I don't see a whole bunch of 2.02s. I see 2.20. So this one has to be wrong. This has 2.25 and 2.258. This has 2.21 and 2.22. So do I have a 2.20? Wait a minute, 2.20. That means this one is correct because this number right here, this 2.20, is this one right here. That one is this, and it only exists in this graphic right here. Describe the shape, center, and spread of this distribution. This is unimodal, but be careful. It is skewed to the low side, left to the low, because it's pulled. The tail down here is pulled to the low side. So that is pulled to low. So this is skewed to the left. The prices seem to be centered around what? 2.20 or so. So let's see if that's on here. That is. And let's double check because there's 2.25. No, I'd say 2.20. Centered around there. So that is where I thought it would be. The prices range from what? Does it want how many decimals? 3 decimals. Okay, so we got to get the lowest value. 2.029. I think they all end in that. And then they go up to 2.289, right? Wait, did I check the right one? 2.289. There it is right there. 2.289. What unusual features do we see? Let's see. No gas stations charge that. I think it wants that. No, it doesn't want that, does it? No gas stations charge between 2.03 and 2.11. Yep, that's the unusual feature. So there's a gap right here in the data. It's talking about this gap, I believe. This is the only one I'm worried about. It's the only one I'm worried about because there's a gap right here in this data between 2.03 to 2.11. That's the only one I'm worried about. Woo, we got it right. A little worried there. If it was raining outside or not. That's got it. Is anyone here in chat still? Do we have anyone live watching the video still? Let me go over to YouTube Studio and see who we got. How many people do we have? 12 people. We did awesome, I think, though. And we got through the whole assignment. I think it's raining outside. Well, with that, Isaac, that's awesome. How'd you do, Isaac? I'm going to head off here in just a second. Hello, what's happening? You guys did great. We did a lot of work today, and I'm going to head off here. Sometimes I'll go to like one, all depends, but I think a lot of people got work done, got some assignments done. You have the program coded up? Send me the code. Send me the code. Are you available to call at all today? Call is in what? You can email me. Awesome. Send me the code. Totally. Zoom. Yeah, I mean, I guess we could if probably later today. But yes, that's awesome, Isaac. I think that's got it. You're welcome. You're welcome. We did a lot of work today. If you stayed this whole time, amazing, really productive class, a lot of work done. All that. Yeah, send me an email, Isaac. We'll get it figured out. Can't even speak today. But that's got it. A lot of great work. Awesome. This looks like a monster right here. It's like a monster with a grin. But that's got it. We are good to go. And I'm going to end class. Trying to think, do I have any outro videos? We'll play the Rick and Morty outro to end us out. But we do have more outros and intros to come. So get ready. Here we go. I'll talk to everybody next time. I'll see you tomorrow morning. Email me with questions. I'm going to try to put out more videos later today, probably like some help videos. That's got it. Talk to you guys later. Bye-bye.
Dimensions has a somewhat looser feel to it.
Yeah, it's got an almost improvisational tone.